And there is actually a somewhat funny answer to that question, JR. You are probably correct that the audio is delayed, and that's because I had to splice that audio together from a different iteration of the playthrough, or the benchmark trailer, because that one, I didn't capture the audio correctly. So I probably just didn't sync it well. Echo? Where are you getting an echo from? Is anyone else getting an echo from me? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the audio mixing side. Do let us know if that is continuing on your side, because there's definitely some things that we can try, but as far as everything is reading, it doesn't look like we've got anything too substantive. But God knows that it would be just like OBS to prank one person in particular. Vanilla is my favorite flavor, and that is such an excellent point that you have just raised, apropos of nothing. So anyways, I hope you enjoyed that Ishgard music. It's over now. Wall, we fix nothing because everything is good to go. You had two windows open? Hey, Clary, I appreciate that you enjoy the stream so much you want to watch us twice. But yeah, glad that it isn't something more pressing. Yoshi P called, he's very disappointed in me. For what reason could Yoshi P possibly have to be disappointed in us? But in no particular order, Enderfriend, hey, Top Hat, it's good to see you. Clary, Presna, Tank Rolequests, exactly. Kingdom says, I just got my tank to 100 and I'm finishing the Rolequests as we speak. We'll probably be a little bit slower than you. We are on level 94, so we'll do 94 and 96 today. But you know us, we like to take our time with literally everything. So, while you haven't done these quests yourself, but Mr. Streamer's reactions are too good to miss out on, listen. If you cannot tell my favorite expansion or content in this game, I have clearly been doing too poor of a job elucidating on the many excellent points of Ishgard. I demanded more Ishgard content. I got more Ishgard content. We gotta do it, right? Excuse me. But yeah. A guy who stood in Ishgard 40 minutes early but didn't fix his game. What could I possibly need to fix in my game about Wirebone? I don't know what you could possibly be alluding to. Oh god, my entire computer is about to explode. Brace for impact. But yeah. Obviously, we're really excited about Ishgard in general and being able to do stuff therein. But there are... You're bracing? Thank you. Yeah, the stream is gonna get real bad for a little bit here. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me opening my password manager. It's normal and good. But in case you haven't been watching so far, and again, all of the VODs are obviously up on Twitch right now, as well as they're going to be over on YouTube at Demised Lives that are collated into a playlist. So you can find last stream if you just want to watch last stream where we did the 93 dungeon with Gerfurler and also the trial with Valley Garmanda. But we are currently at the part where we are about to go to a giant place in Urkopacha, maybe? Like a mine? where apparently a bunch of the Yakoi have had dreams of the City of Gold, which appears to be like some sort of like signal or broadcast. I'm likening it to an advertisement. So we'll see what any of that stuff is about. But yeah. Okay. Don't mind me as I'm getting my one-time password. Don't mind me as I say my one-time password out loud. So that way you can log into my account for me and play the video game for me. Fun fact, I don't actually play any of Final Fantasy XIV. I just have Enderfriend play it in the background. And I just sit here and make commentary on it. But I actually have not played a single dungeon or expansion, so you get it. Okay. We should be good to go. Which, listen, we didn't actually have technical difficulties at the start of stream today, but you get our little complications. You get our little complications anyway. Get a little bit of bug fixing live, large and in charge. I will say, I was so excited about doing the Tank Rolequests that I did park Elish in front of the Rolequest NPC. And it is a little embarrassing for us to have to do some live fixes, but you know what? It just means we get to enjoy the beautiful concept art of this mentorship renewal notice. No, of Ishgard proper. Okay, we're here. We're in it. Some of you might be wondering, Demeist, why are you sidestepping MSQ for this? To which I would respond with, have you not been paying attention? You get it. We're rocking and we're rolling. Between sleep and death, Tentoa has a worried expression on his face. Ah, just the person I wanted to see. So we've learned a couple of things. There's interesting lore inside of the Rolequest. Number one, there is an evil organization called the Passage of Unfettered something. I've instantly forgotten. The Unbound! Thank you, JR. Okay, so there's an evil organization called, it's something about the Unbound, right? Or is it just the Unbound? Anyways, evil organization is going around collecting different groups' artifacts, which may or may not be composed of parts of the Tural Vidral. The Tank Rolequest specifically is the Narwhal. I've speculated whether or not that is actually a direct tie-in to the unicorn from old Final Fantasy games. And the Narwhal's artifact gives you the ability to have one person never need to sleep again, and they're able to pass on that need to sleep to someone else. So Tentoa is referred to as the Wide Eye, and there is a friend of Tentoa's from the village that he's from who is the Shut Eye. And so basically the idea was that Tentoa was training and honing their martial prowess for an extra 1/3 of a day that most people don't get to have. Meanwhile, Tentoa's friend is sleeping that extra third of a day, so they're only awake a third, 8 hours out of every 24 hours. But yeah, we've been doing a little bit of being back. We've seen a little bit of Firmalbert. We've seen a little bit of other NPCs in the area. But for the most part, I'm just excited to have something to do in Ishgard. And to caper about a bunch of sleepy Ishgardians is very funny to me, so... just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It's been a while since my last letter to Loazinique. I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write her, but we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Tell her you're in good spirits. That will suffice. I don't think he's in good spirits, but, you know. When's a little white lie ever hurt anyone? Smile. You might be right. Silence might make her think that something terrible has happened. All right, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Oh, don't misunderstand. It's nothing so grave as that. It's just the last time I used the cradle was before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. Oh no, Tentoa, you will have to sleep a third of your days away. What a tragic feeling that will be. No one could possibly relate to that in the history of existence. That will give Leofine free rein while I'm helpless in bed. There is no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. I do keep paying attention to Firmalbert's eyes, because we've been told that Leofine's eyes are the color of rust. And so every time I see Firmalbert, I'm looking for those baby blues, just to confirm that it isn't Leofine underneath the helmet, because the bucket helms of Ishgard really do make it easy to hide your identity. Master Demeist, Master Tentoa, we've received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Several? Let me guess. They were all guarding someone else. You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Noblesse oblige, baby. That's definitely a real thing that has never bitten anyone in the butt. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. Firmalbert. Up to a little... Sure. Yet the weight of embarrassment is a trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see these incidents repeat. It is actually very funny, the idea that this villain is actually just running around making the Temple Knights have a PR nightmare, but never actually hurts anyone. There's actually something very, like, about that. Still, while the Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, 'tis a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of the Unbound leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little recourse but to wait until she makes a mistake. Perhaps she gets her jollies seeing people humiliated. It's the same thing as getting your rocks off. She may be testing the limits of the artifact's powers. I think that's a far more sensible thing to say. Then you suggest she has a greater purpose in mind of it, and these incidents are simply a prelude. We cannot discount that theory, I admit. We shall remain vigilant. There's no telling how much chaos she can sow if left unchecked. We have to do everything we can to get the cradle out of her clutches. Damn, that real Arthur fist tightening sound effect. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder, why has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? I have pondered the same. Hosted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Fortemps. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofine doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weaknesses? Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. Well, a large contingent of knights has but recently been dispatched to Coerthas. You remember Gorgane Mills, yes? It has lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk that unsavory elements might infest it once again. Thus have the Temple Knights planned joint patrols of its premises with other contingents. If you would speak with Sir Redwall Yunge, one of my favorite side NPCs, at Falcon's Nest, I'm certain he would be glad to have you along. So there's something that's really upsetting about... So the Temple Knight glam is partially in Final Fantasy XIV. I believe... Is it Stone Vigil? It's not Stone Vigil. Which one is it? It's level 44. But you can gain access to the Temple Knight gear. The thing is that the Temple Knight gloves that you can get actually aren't the appropriate ones. The Temple Knights have these like cobalt vambraces that are dyed blue, but if you try to get those exact same gloves, they don't dye correctly. So if you use the correct gloves that are the right type, and then you try and dye them, while they will dye the leather part, the actual armor will not dye correctly. So this is literally no one thought about this when Yoshi P was saying the 2 dye channels are coming, but I was like, does the 2 dye channels mean that we can finally do the perfect Temple Knight cosplay? So, you know, just things to think about. And sorry, I've missed a lot of people in chat. 44 is Zamail Darkhold. That's why I couldn't think of it. I never want to think about Zamail Darkhold. You're in the same spot as I am in the Rolequest. Good to see you, Nixus. Ah, yes, blue rust. No, Leofine's eyes are the color of rust. Firmalbert's eyes are blue, so there's a difference. Sounds fake, you've never heard of Elish protecting anyone? Elish is no longer a Temple Knight. Now he's just a knight and is an Inquisitor. It's a common mistake a lot of people make. Getting flashbacks of the healer Rolequests? That sounds worrisome. Like good flashbacks? Like fun flashbacks that you enjoy sharing with all your friends? You get it. You understand the appeal of humiliating knights. Alright, okay, hold on. Answer seems to be no. Well, theoretically they're going to be going through and adding more glams with the 2 dye channels, right? Is it possible that they will not actually go through and fix the rest of them? Yeah, sure. But I'm allowed to dream a dream. Dream a little dream of you. So, we've talked about this before in the past, but an interesting thing about the Gorgane Mills is that, of course, Sir Gorgane was the one who made them. Gorgane is actually the knight who was assigned to the heir of House Durandare, who we now know as Carvalane. What his original name is, I keep forgetting. It's never super relevant. But Sir Gorgane, I am going away from the Rolequest. Sir Gorgane and Sir Drillmont de Lasserant were contemporaries. So Drillmont ends up becoming the noble who is in charge of Whitebrim Font, and that's sort of his demesne, whereas Gorgane ostensibly retires in shame, right? Because for whatever reason, he was not able to protect the Durandare heir. And so I do actually actively dislike Carvalane, in part because in Carvalane's desperate bid for freedom and I want to go be a pirate, papa, he ended up like really ruining a bunch of people's lifespans and their sort of legacies that they leave behind. I also like to headcanon that Drillmont and Gorgane were in some sort of like hot bromance, but there's absolutely nothing to confirm that. It's just something I think about in the wee hours of my thinking about Ishgard. For the sake of spoilers, you won't elaborate, but you weren't happy with the healer Rolequests. Fingers crossed that the Tank Rolequests are different. History will say they're good friends, exactly. I love Redwall Yunge and Drillmont are two of the some of the most pivotal characters for expanding on Ishgardian society. And we'll talk about that a little bit more if anybody has any interest, or even if nobody does. I'm running the ship here, and if I choose to run the ship in a way where I rant and rave about Ishgard, there's nothing you can do to stop me. Is that Master Demeist I see? Of course you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. Oh, Redwall Yunge. My sweet boy. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knight's humiliations have reached us even here. Fallen asleep while on duty, I dared not believe the stories, but it seems there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, the rumors failed to mention anything like that. If it can lull even fully trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, what's actually really funny about this is white mages can cast the sleep spell all the time, right? Repose, and black healers and magical DPSs can make people sleep. So it's not like this is new tech, right? Theoretically, if any caster was hiding behind a bush somewhere and just popping out, they could just sleep anybody. This can't be the first time they've heard of magical sleep before. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always ready to take their place. So long as this artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Tentoa, I have bad news about Ishgard and its value on individual knights. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and we mourn every loss. Yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Now, you believe this Leofine might take an interest in our activities at Gorgane Mills, yes? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of Temple Knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I would ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mills can be found to the north, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach them before Leofine does. So we've definitely chatted about this as well, but like in order to try and get the actual like correct gear for each of the houses, it's quite difficult. One of the ones that is a little bit easier to replicate is the Darksteel Habergeons. That actually already has the green and black motif of House Hellenart. So if you wanted to do a House Hellenart cosplay, it's actually very easy. It's just this gear. Of course, the Darksteel Habergeon only works for Lancers, Dragoons, Reapers, but obviously people with swords and shields use them in MSQ all the time. So you've got slight limitations there. But Redwall Yunge's outfit is actually fairly unique. There's no way to directly replicate that. So there's a couple of options that you do have with regards to gear that you might be able to do it with. The Vintage Habergeon gives you this sort of like neutral color palette. This is the thing that a lot of Hedge Knights use in game. Also, obviously, Mithril is a little bit more sort of like neutral in terms of the underskirt that you've got going on there, but there's nothing that's a like direct one for one, and that is something that does bother me sometimes when I'm like trying to like figure out the like perfect Ishgardian glams. So, you know. Oh my god, there's somebody here named Andraste's Grace. Dragon Age crossover with Final Fantasy confirmed. You're just realizing he's wearing the Tural leggings, which are crafted from a treasurer mat. Redwall is? You're surprised I don't try to self-correct Master Demise to something more character appropriate. This is not my Elish, right? This is not the character that I RP. This is Elish Demise, Warrior of Light, right? So this Elish ostensibly doesn't live in Ishgard, right? So you die. Not sure if in anger or happiness from the crossover. Oh, fair enough. The other guy. Oh, I know who you're talking. Yeah, Tentoa, right? But yeah, this is the extent of like sort of some of the holdings that we lost through the Calamity, is that there's like ostensibly like a lot of Ishgard that there can be, right? And that being a knight would mean that you have the ability to have sort of your own domains. Because like if you look at Gorgane Holding and compare it in size versus the village of Hemlock, right, or the hamlet of Hemlock, you'll notice that it's actually surprisingly comparable. So yeah. You did say this is definitely going in Inquisitor Elish's lore, though. Oh, for sure, right? But like, Inquisitor Elish is not directly dealing with Tentoa or any of that, right? Like, Inquisitor Elish is like, I'm just getting weird ass reports of like a bunch of knights falling asleep, and we need to find out what the heck is going on with that, right? And like actual like Elish that I write is absolutely not important enough to get anywhere near this. We're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwall gave the impression there were more. These knights must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofine. I'll rouse these ones. Elish, you search that building yonder. Yeah, God. Ugh. Ugh. Good old Gorgane Mills. And so these are ostensibly the Chocobo stables, right? Who the hells are you? How'd you get past the guards? Let me just go ahead and toggle tank stance. Yeah. Yo, poor Ysayle. Unbound Brawler and Unbound Impaler. Okay, sheesh. I wasn't expecting you guys to be like a crew. Yeah. And so here you see, right, House Durindair's, I don't want to say minions or lackeys, they're knights, right? But one thing that you'll notice that's interesting about them is they don't actually have the shoulder pauldrons. Like, they lack some of that plating, and there's this black and purple coloration to it. If you were trying to make a Durindair outfit, I believe it might be oh, man, it's been a while since I was actually trying to codify all of this stuff. It might be one of the dungeon drops, not the Lord's Cuirass, the one that goes with it, like the like blood red outfit. But there is a dungeon drop that has a similar coloration at the bottom, that sort of purple. Oh, God. But you will also notice that the lack of shoulder pauldrons is something that lower level Harbigens are also lacking. Why can't I find one? What the heck? Here we go. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but you'll notice that these have no shoulder pauldrons and instead just have straps where ostensibly some sort of shoulder plate would go, maybe loop through it. Whereas the higher level stuff, right, does actually have that plating there, which I think is just like a cute little difference, maybe a signifier of rank or of relative wealth, right? Like some knights can't afford that extra little bit of protection, so... Man, it's been too long. I should go back to, like, codifying the different Harbigens for the different camps. Anyways, sorry. I know, listen, hey, I know I'm distracted. Welcome back here. This is where we confronted Ysayle and Heavensward, and also now we have people who are doing their own thing. Hello, sir. How you doing? Sorry that I'm spending more time looking out your outfit than helping you directly. You get it, though. You get it. It's you! Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. Those thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assumed the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? Sleeping? I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whomever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we will tend to our wounds and then finish our inspection here, Master Demeist. I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished. And I will hydrate. Thank you, Technoids. Do we finally get to see Leofine? Alone save me from Elizons. Ah, as I thought. Just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now, and I won't kill you. Okay. What did they call you again? The Wide Eye. You must have had quite the journey to come this far. Be careful, Elish. This is our quarry, the thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. That is your ally? What sodden tavern did you drag them out of? I dare say they seek your artifact for themselves. Damn. If I didn't already hate Leofine for being an obvious villain, we get to hate Leofine because they don't know who we are, the champion of Eorzea. Partial bit, but it matters not, I suppose. Before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? Deep Shadow scouting gear, by the way, while you're nerding about gear or the recolor of it. I was gonna say, isn't that actually from, what is it called? The Aether font? Because that's where I actually got Elish's gear for this particular glam. And I know this is just a recolor of the Deep Shadow fending gear, right? So, ironically, exact same place. So few of us know true freedom. If there's aught you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that bind men are mere illusions. Open your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in the struggle of another. Quit spouting nonsense. Nonsense? Perhaps. I am here because of another, after all. Apiahi, who came to me at the height of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into, well, what does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the Temple Knights, in seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. God. Getting real Dommy Mommy energy from her. Oh, hello, okay. I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. Is this just that colored asset for PvP Black Mage? The one where it like engulfs them in like purple flame? Is it just that colored yellow? And I won't abandon it. I'll take the cradle back. And then I'll... Tento is about to fall asleep. I'll... Tentoa. My sweet boy. Oh dear. You seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I suggest stealing it from me while I'm asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent to think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter, I have learned more than enough to take my next step. Can we not just let her walk away? Like, can we not just let her be like, la-di-da, and now I slowly leave? See to it that this lot is disposed of. 'Tis the least you can do for the freedom I have given you. Sure, okay. Elish is like, let her cook? Absolutely not. There is no Elish that lets her cook. Although, I am very curious about their outfits. I wonder if the, like, Passage of the Unbound is supposed to be, like, a new regular threat or not. Because I feel like all of these are actually replicatable. Do y'all have any ambient dialogue? No, you're just gonna stand there. Okay. Lads. Try as you might to rouse Tentoa, he seems completely detached from the waking world. All right. Before we keep going, yeah, it's good to see you, Techno is. New art, on-screen chat blurbs, the whole 9 yards. It's a little funny since she has the dark hair, bright accent, so the original deep shadow gear would make more sense, black and red, yeah. You have a PvP effects turned off so you wouldn't know. I think Black Mage in PvP gets an ability that like surrounds them in purple flame, right? But again, how convenient that she runs out of power before she can put the Warrior of Light to sleep. I'm curious if it would work, JR. Not just because of main character syndrome, but we are 8 times reforged, whereas everyone else is only 7 times reforged. So does that extra 1/8 of Aether give us some sort of protection or immunity from it? Sleep spell worked in ARR. Alright, okay, alright. But ARR was not before Shadowbringers. You finished them fast enough, maybe you can just run after her. Hi, Techno is. I see that you're new to Final Fantasy XIV. It looks like you've saved us twice today. Thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Firmalbert warned us of in his report? I see. Then those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofine's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen further than I had dared imagine. Okay. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. 'Twas only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nest. Elish, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Poor Tentoa. It does beg the question, right? With regards to Leofine basically like saying that she feels transcendent, right? Like, are they going to do like an energy drink thing where Leofine gets a crash and the crash like knocks her out for an extended period of time, like ostensibly might have been happening to sweet boy Tentoa there? Full glad am I to see you well, Master Demaist. I understand you come fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tentoa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. There is another matter to discuss. Just before your departure to Gorgane Mills, it appears there was another incident. A group of criminals were released from their cells, their guards found in a deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this, and doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were these self-same criminals. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side, and using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of these attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When we shared these revelations with my superiors, 'twas decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. The passage of the Unbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust, not unlike the blasphemies of the final days. Firmalbert! The blasphemies were literally the power of despair overcoming someone with dynamis and transforming people into monsters. The passage of the Unbound are like, Viva la Revolucion! You have nothing to lose but your chains, workers of the world unite. Like, there's a pretty big difference between the two, I would argue. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core. For Ishgard's peace, I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tentoa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts. So, interestingly, obviously, there's Handaloop. So, Handaloop is referred to as the second... what is it? So, the... Lord Commander is Amric, Lucia is first commander, Handaloop is second commander. And I was under the impression that that first and second commander distinction was an indication of, relative importance in the hierarchy as well, right? If Amric gets taken out, Lucia is in charge. If Lucia gets taken out, Handaloop is in charge. And that might still be true, but it's actually more an indication of which unit of Temple Knights each is in charge of. Lucia is in charge of the 1st Battalion of Temple Knights. Handaloop is in charge of the 2nd Battalion. Hence, 1st and 2nd Commander. So ostensibly, there are as many commanders in the Temple Knights as there are battalions of Temple Knights, which I think is always a neat thing. With the first commander otherwise engaged, it falls to me to lead the Temple Knights stationed here in Ishgard while providing support for Lord Amric. So, obviously, if you've been in here before and remember the events of Heaven's Ward or the events of, the Endwalker Rolequests, you would come here, talk to the Temple Knight Guard, he would allow you to go ascend via the elevator to a different part. What you might not know, if you don't spend too much time in the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly, is there's a little barracks area up here. And not only is apparently this where Tentoa is resting, sweet Prince Tentoa, but this is where Temple Knights, maybe who are sleeping between their shifts, or perhaps those who are injured in the line of duty and need to rest. There is, I always want to call him Tersengelion. It's not, it's Tessengelion, I guess, but yeah. Oh man, there's all of these sweet boys, so yeah. God, I love Ishgard. What's Heaven's Ward? Ask your parents. But be sure to tell them that it's better than sex. You like Ishgard? Never would have guessed. What can I say? I keep it real on the down low. I keep it real secret. Beacon in the darkness. Firmalbert's eyes light up when he sees you. Leofine remains as elusive as ever. If she is in league with Ishgard's more unsavory elements, she could be hidden anywhere. Also, is it weird to anybody else that Firmalbert has a name, but the Keeper of the Entwined Serpents doesn't? We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to its climax. We can but hope that Tentoa awakens before she emerges again. Elish, there you are. And we know it's the Shut-Eye, Tentoa's accomplice, Loazenique. I don't think I'm pronouncing it right. I'm so glad I found you. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tentoa mentioned. You hail from the same village, yes? Oh my god. Is Loazenique going to be immune to the effects of the Cradle of the Endless because she's been asleep from it for so long? Alright. Her name isn't on the guide, I'll have you know, Wirebone. I am Firmalbert of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Tentoa wrote about you in his letters. I'm Loazenique? Sure. And the honor is all mine. You gave me the pronunciation by someone who is Native American? Can you give it to me again, please? Is Tentoa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. You insufferable fool! What have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive? Hell yeah. You promised you'd write me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? Wirebone, I adore you. You have not given me one pronunciation with that. You're giving me options. I'm about to freaking... I was about to say pre because I've been thinking about Game Grumps a lot. Okay. And those pronunciations differ significantly from what we were doing. I was so worried. At least I can take some small comfort that he appeared otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, Elish. He told me you were the Shut-Eye. Yes, that's right. For 10 years I bore his fatigue, and as a result, my body is more fragile than most. But since arriving in Tuliolal, my life has become normal. As I've walked the city's streets and eaten my fill of its food, I've felt my strength grow. I can even stay awake for a full day now. Hell yeah. Do you know why Tentoa sleeps so soundly? The reports of other incidents indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments. Yet Tentoa shows no signs of stirring. Well, that... I'm sorry, I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut eye has fallen into a deep sleep much like this, one so absolute that they become deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that would help usher the shut eye back to the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secrets of its makings are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tentoa. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mists blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eorzea can one be closer to touching the sun. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call morbles, and the thicker it is, the better. The pungent odor could wake the dead. Ah, I know them well. Morbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravanian hinterlands. A mature specimen should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an unenviable task. Once we have those two ingredients, mixing them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, Elish? Oh, your confidence is reassuring. Since the morble saliva must be the fresher of the two, I ask that you first climb to the heavens and pick dandelions for Tentoa. Yeah, you know, that fantastical fantasy flower, dandelion. So this is how Tentoa looked upon me for so long. The sight is unsettling, I admit. Please, Elish, come back soon. I want to hear his voice. And, in the interest of fairness, I've written it down this time. So I do appreciate having a definitive answer on the pronunciation guide. Okay. Wait. Oh no! I went to the Sea of Clouds, not the churning mists! I wonder if we're going to the Churning Mists, because that's where the flowers natively come from? God, I hate Barlen sometimes. Or if it is literally higher than the Sea of Clouds. Sun-drenched dandelion. Ah, yes. With all of this beautiful sunlight we're experiencing. Imagine being lost in your favorite expansion. How dare you, JR? The sun-drenched dandelions are an almost golden yellow. Now for a much more gruesome task. Venture to the Dravanian hinterlands and collect saliva from the mouth of a full-grown mortal. Yay! Actually, I need to see if I can go pick up a, another, whatchamacallit? Wondrous Tales. You keep forgetting to do that too? Yeah. The thing is, I do wish every time you turned in a Wondrous Tale, it would just automatically give you one if you could. Dunscaith, Labyrinth of the Ancients, Alexander... Crystalline Conflict. Why can't you just give me a front line? A brunt line? Ugh. Fine. Group trip to visit the cat because you had 2 lines and missed the turn-in by 1 day! Nixus, no! Oh, devastating. Shatter today? Now, I don't mean to say that I have already done my frontline PvP, but I will say we lost, and it was actually painfully close. That's not mine. That's theirs. Oh, but mine sure is spawning on top of theirs, huh? Slay the great putrid mortal for its saliva. Yum yum! Normally I just give a big kiss for the saliva, but I guess I have to kill you for it. You get it. Okay. Get in its mouth, hurry! Exactly. Can't believe I queued in without you. I'm sorry, Wirebone. I did it purposefully to spite you, if it's of any consolation. Yeah, Shatter has been rough. You know those allegations that, like, there's one person who's just playing with a bunch of bots because of, like, the insane coordination on Shatter? I always want to say that allegation is a lie, but really, like, there are just some instances where I'm like, this is immaculate. Either you are the world's best shot caller and people are listening to you, or something. But like, one, Squeenix, just let me walk around Shatter in Explorer mode. I don't want to like do PvP there. I just want to look at the beautiful Coerthus Eastern Highlands. Two, I really liked the old map better. Call me like just like a grumpy old man who like yells at clouds, but like I really think old Shatter had more variety. I don't know. And Pixie, it's good to see you. Oh, my posture is, as always, nightmarish. And I did hydrate, but yeah. I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you've brought them with you. Sun-drenched dandelion. Found blooming along the floating aisles above Eorzea, the petals of this dandelion glow almost as brilliantly as the sun which nourishes them. Great putrid morbal saliva, so pungent that not a sealed vial can contain its scent completely. A single whiff of this saliva can retch even the deepest sleeper back into the waking world. So what are the dandelions for? I will hydrate again. Thank you, Nixus. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tentoa to open his eyes. Aww. Huh? Where am I? God. Give Tentoa amnesia, you cowards. I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tentoa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. Loazinagwe, or Loazinakwe, depending upon which dialect. What are you doing here? I see. So Leofine wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly in bed, Loazinigwe came all this way. Curse my weakness. Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Tentoa. If anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's me. No, I won't hear it. Oh my god, give us the Arthur fist clench emote, cowards. As you may know, Leofine won our trust by posing as a scholar, traveling the width and breadth of Tural. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, and I was excited to meet an outsider, so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the wide eye keeps the cradle with them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took me hostage to draw out Tentoa. While Loazinigwe was sleeping, Leofine snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. Arthur fist clench and everyone in the vicinity has their cameras zoom in slightly towards you. I mean, or just the sound of that distressed leather as his hand grips, you know what I'm saying? It'll be everyone's new most hated thing after the Link Pearl emote. I put Loazenigue's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. Loazenigue is one of your people. Protecting her was your duty. Thank you, Elish. You know just what to say. That was the only way to see a future where none of my people come to harm, especially Loazenigue. Even without the cradle, you're still our guardian, my guardian. We'll find a way through this together. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofine's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofine's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she's answered for her crimes. I'm embarrassed to admit that was the first time I've ever created the mixture. I'm glad it worked as intended. Go. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Loazenique and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them, and Loazenique was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the shut eye, after all. Your duty. And it was your duty, too, that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. But no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that you were glad spending so much time asleep, but being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it, and I want to walk it with you. Aww. Alright, kids. Nope, I'm not gonna make that. I'm not gonna make that bit. How old is Tentoa? Do we have confirmation on ages of these characters before I say something I'm gonna deeply regret? But not yet. First, we reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take our first steps towards that new future. I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. They just mentioned, like, being children. They do not have children of their own. I know I was in that bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Leofine did remark that she felt invigorated. Maybe she took your vitality for herself. Perhaps the cradle has been sapping the aether of its target all along. I mean, we contextualize everything in terms of Aether, right? Then does that mean the Cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. It may just mean the Cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielders might not pass on their fatigue, rather they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The Cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint? If we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leofine does too. And then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Loazinigue never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have training to regain what strength Leofine stole from me. You have my word, I won't rest until I'm in top form again. I suggest that you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. Okay, doke. That does unfortunately do us for not MSQ, a Rolequest, which means, do you remember a certain Hrothgal that we left just sort of waiting 1,000 years ago? A certain Hrothgirl who said, hey, come outside of the cabin, I want to talk to you. And then we said, hold on while we fly all the way back to Ishgard. Because I don't. I definitely don't have any memories about that particular phenomenon. There's a slight romance implication. It's safe to assume they're 18 plus, since they don't often deal with baby romance. But Reen and Gaia, they were underage, weren't they? They were 16. Anyways, so sorry about this, Wookalamat. I'm back, I promise. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Actually, I do hate to do this to you, but I think we might actually go on a very quick break. That'll give us time to update all of the stream titles and do all of the stuff necessary in the background, and it'll let you guys see the new updated break screens. Again, if you are at all interested in being a part of the Tural travel guide that Bo has been putting together, feel free to send them G poses and they will compose them into what you'll be looking at in just a moment here. So we'll catch you all in a few. See you soon. All right, and we're back. I really don't have too much to say. I do like the Ishgard Rolequests mainly because of my Ishgard bias. They're fine. They're perfectly serviceable. They give me the flavor of Ishgard that I want, I love, I crave. But you know, like, there's also something to be said for, like, it's definitely just catering for people like me who just scream and foam at the mouth whenever Ishgard is mentioned, right? I did like the sun-drenched dandelions. I do like the idea of anything in Ishgard that gets to see the sun, because it sure as heck are not the Ishgardians. But from that point, last stream, we are actually back to doing MSQ, and more than just MSQ, Wooklamat came into our room looking like they had something that they needed to say, and then she burst out that we needed to go walk around town. So let's do that with her, hey? Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tural. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. You know how Y'shtola is, like, canonically, like, in with Runar? Do we have, like, is Wooklamat canonically in with anybody? Wooklamat, you look like you have something to say. Yes, I certainly do. I have to go now. My people need me. For real, though. This is one of Wooklamat's favorite places. Oh, hello, dear. You're one of Wooklamat's new friends? Oh no, I'm still in... Oh god, Elish is so sweaty. Peshiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day while you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. God, I'm so hot. Please let me take off my armor. I forgot. Sorry, Elish. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time, maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of. Wooklamat, I'm on fire, please! Please, Wook! I have made few mistakes as grievous as this.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small.
Aww.
Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war.
Okay.
And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far.
Ihihana actually was really cool, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was very cute. I did not think the pot pact was very cute, but that's because I just hate that freaking oil lamp.
I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
That's the sort of thing I'd expect you to say. You wish for a world like in the Yakoi's dream. Ideals are nice in theory. It's just the sort of thing we'd expect her to say, right?
Really, I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot.
Wuklamad is very good.
So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness.
She's literally doing the shonen protagonist thing about like screaming about the thing, right? Like when frickin'
Just
Eren
like
Yeager
how I
screams
said.
about killing all the titans and stuff, right? Just like
By
very
taking the time
shonen.
to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies.
Aww.
If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
No, I'm sorry, Wuklamad. I have decided to join your brother Zarielja. No offense. It's just he looks better in a
Thank
bikini
gods
than
for
you.
that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the caverns.
Oh no, it's the logout music sound effect. No, please, wait. I have so much more streaming I need to get done. Fuck. God, this is even more embarrassing with me having Elish in his full suit of armor. My man, don't sleep like that. Put on some pajamas, please. I truly could not have chosen a worse sequence of cutscenes to be wearing full plate in. Roasted so hard. Wow, they truly just said we are going to give you an in-depth cutscene of your character waking up from bed, huh? Okay. Anyways. Couldn't muster the strength to undress. What kind of PJs does he have? I imagine like those thermals, right? Like long johns and stuff. You said the same thing about sleeping like that to your character. Hell yeah. And yeah, one NFK, we were going to Ishgard and Tural. The entire first half of this stream is the Tank Rolequests, which take place in Ishgard. You truly hate any and all cutscenes involving your character laying in bed with their current outfit. Square Enix would also get complaints if the cutscene changed their outfits. It's true. There is truly no winning. Oh, wait, we need to go back in. I forgot. I did not use my poncho because I did not think about... Okay, hold on. The quest... Hold on. Quest is temporarily put on the side. I forgot. Okay. I need to put in the poncho. But in order for me to put in the poncho, I need to remove a top. I like this top. I don't really like this top, I'll be honest. This, like, weird shoulder bone that, like, happens. I don't know, I don't feel it for Elish. I mean, like, obviously I like the crystals and whatever in the background, but, like, that one's not there. I don't even have a Reaper or a Lancer at 80, or not at 90, so maybe I could get rid of this one. Trash it? Okay. Collarbone's too saucy for me, it's true. Alright. Adabasis, you're out. Poncho, you're in. Oh god, my inventory is full again. Don't worry about it. Poncho, you're in. Okay, shoes. Zormor, Gators of Fending. Okay. We gotta get rid of shoes. Oh god. Anabasis isn't too hard to farm again if you really wanted it to. Gotcha. Okay, I feel like I'm going to say that I don't want the Darber shoes. Mainly, oh no, the Darber shoes actually don't have the crazy, like, up tilt to the toes. Okay, maybe they stay. I guess I could get rid of the Reverend Solarettes, because, like, they're not fulfilling a unique role. I hate this, like, little frickin' stirrups, right? God. Sorry. We just need to get rid of a pair of shoes. Just, like, any pair of shoes. You know what? I'm getting rid of these thigh-high boots. They're from Nier. I'm not getting rid of these thigh-high boots. Augmented Crystarium boots of striking? God, I love all the augmented Crystarium stuff, though. Are there, like, any low-level shoes that I can get rid of? I can get rid of the Yanfei. Yatheme, whatever. I do actually like the way they look. Okay, hold on. What about these? I will literally never wear these shoes, ever. I hate these shoes. I just kept them because they were the Blue Mage stuff. Fine, I'm getting rid of them. Goodbye. Okay, now... let's change up the war outfit, hey? What should we do for the hands, though? I wish we just got all of the Zermor outfit. Because that would make it a lot easier, right? Ooh. No, that doesn't make sense, actually. We could just have the hands out. Bracelets. Yeah. There are these, like, punching gloves. I think these punching gloves are so cute. I mean, I guess that's not the right word to call punching gloves, but I do like that they have, like, just a plate of metal across the back. Pagos hand wraps. Ooh, I don't have the Pagos hand wraps. Use the summer glam ones. I don't know that I feel the summer glams for the war outfit. You know what I mean? Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. Wristlet of happiness kind of works. Yeah. Oof, maybe. Cute woven bracelet with colors. But I mean, at that point, there's nothing wrong with the summer stuff, right? What if I just give him leather cuffs for no particular reason? Okay, I'm officially over it. We're moving on. Oh, actually, do I want to change the sword and shield now, though? The easiest thing for me to do is just always get rid of the shield. Do I have a better sword that I want? I don't think so, right? Sorry as I just go through all of my sword options. Oh, this is the Zormor. Okay. I don't think I have a round shield in. Man. I think I prefer all of the, like, square shields. Okay, I think we just say... no shield. I know that makes some people displeased, but you'll get over it. I don't know what to do for the sword, though. Because, like, the sword that I've seen, for the most part, appears to be, like, somewhat curved, at least. And I haven't kept, like, any of the, like, more curved, like, blades. Like, I've kept mainly straight swords. You know what? We're just gonna leave it on... We're just gonna leave it on Augmented Radiance Bastard Sword. That has, like, the scale motif for it that I want. And everything else, we're just changing as is. And we will be happy about that. Oh, God. I do actually like the Zermor weapons. The Zermor War Axe was, like, very good. Okay, we're done. We're moving on. Okay. I said I was doing MSQ, not that we were messing about with glams all day. Okay. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent? I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Oh, Alphino, you have no idea. Did we get a title with this? Herald of Peace. I come not with peace, but with a sword. The leap to Yaktael. Alphino seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope, hey Marin, everyone has rested well. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zeralja and Kona have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Wuk-Lamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul-Jaja's thievery, which has left us one short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine. This I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valigarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and the Shabral in the forests of Yaktael, specifically near a village called Brax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Brash, you believe. Thank you. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yakhoi architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk, is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktael, not far from Prash. Then all things considered, Yakta El seems the obvious choice for our next destination. Excuse me. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Kona's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Like the Warrior of Light doesn't say anything to reassure Wuklamat whatsoever, just smiles at her. Oof. Oh wait, actually. I've talked at length about how I wish when you take the airships to go places, you are actually on the airship. I know that's silly, but like, I don't know. There is something like conceptually cute about it, in my opinion. It'll be fine. Just fine. How exciting! The design of Turali dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean airships. I like my gut feeling is like it just looks like a hot air balloon, right? But we actually haven't seen one in flight. And then the other thing is that a hot air balloon in the world of Final Fantasy XIV wouldn't just be a hot air balloon. It would actually probably be significantly more effective with wind magics. For as much as I wish we could ignore him, Bakul Jaja is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yak Ta'el, where the Yakhoi dreamt of the Golden City. Ready to leave when you are. We have seen hot air balloons by the Ixali, yeah, but like, there was a real sort of... I don't know if you've done the Ixal Allied Society quests from A Realm Reborn. There's a real energy about the Ixal airships. The next flight to Yakta El will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Oh. Fun fact, I also have a fear of flying. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yakta El? Are you ready? Bags packed and, goodbyes said? There's no going back once we lift off. Unironically, sometimes when I'm about to get onto a plane, I will message people and be like, if this is the last thing I ever say to you, I want you to understand that I truly appreciate you. Because, you know, if the plane horribly crashes and I die in a fireball, I want the last thing I said to someone not be like, Lamau LOL, so... Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Okay. Okay. Be nice to her, she's our friend. Okay, listen. Fine. She's obviously emotionally compromised. She asked us and admitted that she was afraid, which is a character growth moment for her. We'll be nice to her. Our hands belong to Amric. You're not untrue. We need to reward this moment of character growth. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Elish. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. Mablu and Tobli. Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Cryle's earring. Oh, dang. Okay. Sure. Because, like, here's the other thing about this that actually makes a lot of sense. They can't just link pearl call us. They don't have link pearls. So the idea that, like, they've actually been doing a bunch of research ever since Cryle brought it up, and they were like, oh shit, we've discovered something of significance. Either them sending messengers or them themselves actually physically coming and telling us is not unreasonable. And then also, right, bam, bish bash bosh, a reminder of the NPCs we've met in our journey so far. I think that was actually quite clever. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Tural as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yaktael, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck. Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yaktael. I like that the attendant is like, hey, get on the dirigible, we've got a timetable to keep, and there's absolutely no one else there. I really hope she wins. Yaktael will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Uh-oh. Ideal's about to come into contact with reality.
The Tural hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yaktel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named.
Okay.
It is here, where the Shebral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground. Unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
We know that word from somewhere.
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said. And after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
So ostensibly, this is where Bakul Jaja is going to have the home field advantage, right? Like, if the Mamulja are so entranced with the sacred siblings and the old way of things, ostensibly, they're going to be the ones that we're having the most trouble with? I am excited to know more about Mamulja's society, because so far, everything it turns out that we thought we knew about the Mamulja has been an elaborate charade for the sake of the Eorzeans on the Mamulja mercenaries who came to Eorzea. Which does beg a lot of other questions, but... You love this forest location. It reminds you of the Moonflow location in Final Fantasy X. Okay. Changing your name to Erenville's backpack. Good to see you, Thug. Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair, and the vessel hardly rocked at all. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? I mean, let's look. I don't actually know where we've gone. Tural. Oh, here. Yoktael. Or Yoktel. Is that a significant walk? I guess if that's Urkopacha, and that's... I guess this is the farthest we've been. Huh. Okay, fair enough. Worry not. Kryl and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of these cenotes. Would it kill Erenville to give me the benefit of the doubt? Or the benefit of a second chance? With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. But you guys despawn because you're going farther ahead. Do we actually have any NPCs we can talk to at this airship landing? Or is it just an airship landing truly in the middle of nowhere? Huh. This here dirigible flies between Yoktel and Tural. Thanks to the technology Kona brought back from beyond the salt, we've established a route that goes over the dense forests of this region. It's only been 3 years since the dirigibles were built, but I can't imagine life without them. If you're keen to soar through the skies, just ask the landing attendant. Can we actually go up the structure? I feel like it's gonna block us. Oh, no, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Sure. That's enough of us getting sidetracked. Let's rock and roll. This is a door. We cannot go through this. This is in fact not a gate. How do I leave? Oh, okay, here. You did the same thing. Doesn't it look like it's gonna swing open? Hello, sir? No, that's okay. Erenville saved me. Yeah, that's right. Necrosis? What a horrifying name for a flower. Is that... Oh boy. Is that Yggdrasil over there, I wonder? Take care not to be separated. I'd hate to lose you to this rampant undergrowth. See? No tumbles. Thanks to Kryl and LSA, but it still counts. For all of Erenville's insistence, I have yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. Good. Everyone's accounted for. Yggdrasil is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Sure, fair enough. I'm gonna attune to this aetheryte. And where are we actually supposed to go? Ah, excuse me. Is this like a ballista? Hell yeah, okay. What's so blue about this forest? You'll see. Are all cenotes this deep, I wonder? Ha! I've fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Well, alright, I won't push you then. Erenville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Do you think it's going to be... Do you think it's going to be the next trial is climbing out of a cenote? Ooh, also, this is the first gear that we've had that is actually higher than our relic equipment, right? Oh god, I'm gonna have to navigate my inventory, but that's fine. Nope, it's not. It's just straight up not. It's 663 instead of 665. Oh, I've just filled my inventory for no reason. Oh, fine. It's fine. We're all having a good time. We're all having a great time here. Are we ready to proceed? I am eager to learn more about Yggdrasil and the Tural customs. Village of the Hunt. Wuklamant's attention is divided between the perilously deep cenote and Yggdrasil. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume? You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. It's good to see you, Rosie. We've been having a good time so far. We took a quick detour for some Tank Rolequests in Ishgard, but we're back on the prowl. And in an entirely new zone, hey? Oh wow. Literally everyone, huh?
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
Oh, Surrealja.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Valigarmanda in the first place.
You shouldn't have bothered with Valigarmanda at all.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin.
It is weird that, like, if this guy is the Elector, he hears that and he doesn't have a problem.
Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us.
Is it weird that all these tables arranged like this is coded as an eating contest to me? I'm just like expecting them to like bring out piles of food and for them to be
Thus
like...
far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
The challenge is to eat 100 hot dogs.
You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Obviously, we want it to be Kona and Wooklamat, right? But most likely, are we going to see Zurielja Wooklamat? Zurielja is the one that we've gotten the least direct characterization, right?
After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
Okay.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Okay. Feels like there should be a drum roll going.
Red. Which means...
Really? Kona and Wooklamat.
Together again. As fate
It
would
does
have it.
feel like the optimal outcome for us,
victory's as good as ours.
but it is strange.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Hey, Red Rebecca. It's good to see you.
Not the one-hit.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Chebral cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
Okay. So it's not quite an eating contest, but it is a cook one of our traditional meals.
Another ludicrous feat.
Okay, hell yeah.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture
Based on a
so
Yucatan
clearly as its
recipe.
culinary traditions.
Interesting.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
Is Kona gonna die?
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along?
Is Zaraja gonna kill Kona for his keystone?
But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
It's because only one team is going to get keystones here, right? And obviously Bakul Jaja is not going to
rules are
pass
simple.
this.
The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use.
Oh my
Note that
god,
you may be
chopped
asked to
Tural,
retry
for real.
should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Pibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Uchinta Pibil is the original name? I'm sure I'm butchering that. But that's interesting. Thanks, JR. And yes, we have been enjoying the Tank Rolequests so far, but that's a little bit of the Ishgard bias, right? You may make use of the kitchens at any time. I look forward to tasting your Shibruk Pibil. The Garden of the Stars is a gathering place of sorts. Everyone in Ikbrash comes here to gaze at the night sky and hear tales about the stars. I imagine it will become even more lively after the changes made for the rite of succession. There's a kitchen now, after all, and nothing brings people together like good food and good stories. True enough. Do you suppose the first promise in Bakul Jaja will wear matching aprons? Ideally hope so. Alice. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. This is the thing, right? Is that Wukalamat and Kona are not likely to attack Zurilja and Bakul Jaja, but Bakul Jaja and Zurilja are likely to attack Wukalamat and Kona, right? So that's the reason why I'm really worried about this is Wukalamat probably isn't going to die, asterisk, 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 right? So the person who is being set up for the most likely to be sacrificed in this instance is kind of Kona, right? The second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty and Turali, but this is the first I've ever heard of Shibruk Pibil. The first promise and Bakul Jaja are formidable in the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. As much as I would have loved to defeat you in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. Oh my god. What was that one anime called? Shokugeki no Soma, where like the guy who wrote it was like originally like a pornography artist, and so like it was literally food porn. You posted a recipe for the original food item that it's based off of in the Final Fantasy XIV channel of the Discord. Interesting. Okay, yeah. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars align for us indeed. Yeah, hell yeah. Okay. Let's rock and roll. How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Something tells me we will come to understand him with the Mamulja section. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Heh, of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6, 2 claimants, Cyrilja, Bakul Jaja's lackeys, whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Shibruk Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Shibral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. This does also feel like something that you might be able to like read about in a recipe book, right? Aww, communal firewood. Ooh, actually. Let me go ahead and... Oh, shoot. Oh, so I've been working on my samurai in the off time to not waste the XP. But I'm only level 92 and the quest is level 93. Dang it. Oh well. Oh no, not this one. Do we get any ambient dialogue? No. This should be all I need. The food ain't ready yet, you hear? Oh, you aren't here for that? Apologies, I get people breathing down my neck constantly, like they don't realize a proper meal takes time. I just am walking up and like putting my hands all over these spices. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Okay. Our knowledge of weaving has been passed down through generations, and I'm honored to be tasked with teaching it to today's younglings. Oh, interesting. Okay. The recipe for shibruk pibil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hanmuruk himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still ibruk to be had at the market. A wink. Honestly, dude, I hear ya. I was simply thinking aloud about my next meal. No harm in that. Okay. Alright, you hooligan. We've named ourselves after the Brash, who rule over the forest. A fitting title for those who look over the woods and its creatures. And what flavor would that be? Okay. Only a little bit of ambient dialogue here. Welcome, traveler. It seems you've come a long way, so if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Tell me about yourself, Brookin, then. See the buildings around here? I painted them. Everyone knows that when you're searching for Ikbrash, you look for the red among the green. It helps us find our village no matter how far in the forest we wander. Every time I apply a fresh coat of paint to a building, I give a prayer that none shall lose their way. That's really sweet, actually. Also speaks to a little bit of boldness that they're not worried about, like, predators from the forest finding them, right? What kind of place is this? Why, this is Ikbrash. It is the home of the Shabral, who trace their lineage back to the Brash, mightiest of the woods creatures. Nigh on 80 years ago, our long war with the Mamulja was brought to an end thanks to the intervention of the Dawn Servant. Since then, we have lived our days in peace, availing ourselves of the forest's many blessings. I think I know why you've come here, the right of succession, yes? Although your time here may be short, I hope you remember our home fondly. Thanks, Brookainen. So much for our plan. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to enjoy whooping your asses. Taita Wingblade, Brash Hide, Branch Bearer Fruit. Okay, fair enough. Salt Liquor? How did he know you're Ishgardian? JR! Every life that we Vipers take is precious. Oh, okay. It's our responsibility to use every part of the animals we hunt. Flesh and blood, blood and sinew. Flesh and bone, blood and sinew. Provided they aren't riddled with corruption, that is. Oh, is this like Viper HQ? Living so deep in the forest? No, it is not Viper HQ. We are dependent on its blessings to survive. We try to never forget the debt of gratitude we owe and strive to live in harmony with our surroundings. Hee, what fun this is! Yeah? That smoke. A banana? Alright, fair enough. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking? Oh no! It appears I've gone and dropped my Najul. I mean, Jatika banana peel. I could hardly see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Okay, are the people here giving, like, are they more giving of their information because they want Wuk-Lamat to win? Or are they doing this for Bakul Jaja, and Bakul Jaja is just like, I don't get it. What are you trying to say to me? Why are you talking about this banana loudly? Why are you talking about all of these different spices? There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Like, because you can totally imagine it, right? Bakul Jaja being like, what are you talking about? Why are you obliquely winking at this oven in the ground and winking at me? Like, I absolutely could see him having trouble with this, even if they were being this nice to him, right? Come with me for a moment. Ooh, you think Erenville and, oh my god, our boy, Thancred. You think Erenville and Thancred are already, like, counter-planning for the Mamuljas? Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Shibruk Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us, directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Shibruk Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Shabral dishes. Achiote, she called it. I see. Then if Shibruk Pibil is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaves of Najul, or banana in certain localities. 'Twould seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish? I almost want to pick it just to see what it is. Ibruk, without a doubt. A sizzling slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. I guess Ibruk? Thancred always has multiple plans, strikes you as that type. Fair enough. As would be expected of a dish called Shibruk Pibil, indeed. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that include achiote and steamed underground within najul, or banana leaves. There is a rice dish that's like similarly wrapped in bamboo leaves that this is making me think of. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you all were exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibruk, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to the master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. Alphino is the guy who one time did a backpacking trip with the Boy Scouts, and he always refers to his time with the Scouts. I, too, should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the herbs and spices myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibruk if they will perform the requisite deed. Alice? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jatika heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Elish, if you would accompany on my errand? No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks, then. Well, while they are about their tasks, we will be about our tasks, namely hydration, doing big stretch breaks, and being right back. You know the drill, we take a quick break anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side for commercials. And when we return, it will be to do chopped Tural. See you all soon. Bye! And we're back. Real quick reminder that if you want to be featured during the Be Right Back screen, you can go ahead and send a G-pose of your character anywhere in the Dawntrail zones to Bo on our Discord server at Presno, and they will do their best to convert it to one of those choose your own adventure little cute screens. Also, sending them to Bo means that you could take G-poses of your favorite zones that I don't know anything about yet. So you could do it at your favorite cyberpunk strip club. Sometimes I regret knowing about the future because of FanFest. Also, really quickly, I wanted to say again, thank you very much to Marin for talking about the Cochita? I'm sure I'm not pronouncing it pibil, but the original meal that this is based off of. It sounds delicious, it's got pork, and I love pork, and I am now very hungry. So thanks for that, Marin. Have I been replaced by a pod person? You'll have to watch very carefully and let me know if I have been. It's possible. Lamati had no specific tasks assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. Look at that fancy command. Okay. Come on, let's go and get those Najua leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. I am so hungry now, actually. I did not think that I was hungry, but now I am actually really hungry. Spiced Ibruk wrapped in Najua leaves? That sounds like a winning combination to me. Am I gonna make you guys dinner? Yeah, what does everybody want? A history of violence. Kona has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Yeah? When you go down to the store and you see another man with whose expression is intent on finding bananas, you can instantly identify that, Squeenix. Tacos. So, Pixie just had pizza. Okay. I'm down to try. I'm down to do tacos. Let us see if there are Najua leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Orionje mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Speak with the cheerful cook. Now the next question is, are the people of Ikshbrash, excited with regards to Wuk-Lamat because Wuk-Lamat is, in their eyes, a Shabral? Or are they just excited because they really like Wuk-Lamat's promise for peace? You know what I mean? The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. An underground oven. This must be the cook Orionje was talking about. Wuk-Lamat, you were standing right here looking at bananas. You know this is the cook that Orionje was talking about. Alright, wise guy. Alright, future visitor who's traveled back in time to needle me. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Give us your banana leaves. Najua leaves. For purposes other than Shibruk Pibil, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Gol Magique Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then the Jatika Heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Also, does this mean when we go to the Mamulja Elector, he's going to be, like, purposefully obtuse to us? Traveling there requires you go through the Tayinbek Traverse, but it has caved in. Due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feast of repast with an empty stomach. You may find Shibruk Bibil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. Heh, I can't wait! Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding with the peoples and cultures of Tuliolov. So perhaps there is something about Shibruk Bibil we have yet to learn, something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Why are we nodding like we know? We don't know. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it? It's history, that sort of thing. Ahem. If it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. Between the Shabral and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remain a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibruk Bibil. Huh? What does steamed Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilyon Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilyon Asso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. They're not just fixing it for her because she's Shabral, right? Tell me that's not what they're doing. I was told not to talk about Shibruk Bibil, the history of our people and the important developments therein are another matter. Uh-oh. Although the music of this forest is hardcore, hey? Everyone knows there was a war between the Mamulja and the Shabral, but I may have forgotten some of the details. The village of Ilyon Asso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Oh yeah, some sort of like ambush setup there. I see that Chakop recur. There's like almost a question of like who maintains all of these roads, you know what I mean? So this would have been a Shabral village because it's red, right? The Shabral people do keep like paint all of their buildings red so that way no matter where you are, you know how to get home. Where's my Corpy? We haven't seen it yet. I lit it on fire and I threw it into a furnace. You can't see its hearts because I can't fly here. I actually haven't looked at the Chakoprakir's information. This ambrosial aroma. This couldn't possibly be chocolate? Carvalane de Gorgagna. This bizarre creature is the result of an enormous Corprakir coming into contact with vast amounts of chocolate. It has since taken to journeying far and wide to deliver sweet treats to anyone who does not immediately flee at the sight of it. And there you go. A great visual descriptor of all those little hearts around the Chakoprakir. I hate him. Not the writer, the thing. This place feels forgotten by time. We'll catch you under, friend. Because Carvalane is normally the subject of the Valentois stuff, because of Carvalane and the Bloody Sirens captain's on and off again relationship. So this is the village of Ilyon Asso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Wokevu, I didn't know you were in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from Ikbrach when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. How do I feel about them reusing Wokevu here? I guess fine. What this has a light smattering of is when oh my gosh, not Papalimo, the station master in Thanalan, the one who is secretly a member of the Sultan Sworn. It gives me a brief smattering of that, like, we're a secret society almost. Like, is Wokevu watching out for Wooklamat, or is it literally just, I happen to be in the neighborhood picking up a bunch of lumber and I decided to check in on you? Because if we are to believe it is pure coincidence, this feels like a contrivance for storytelling's sake. But if there's something more going on that we might not necessarily be aware of yet, then I'd be more willing to forgive it. Like, I don't blame them for saying, like, obviously people have come out and said that they don't like too many, like, NPCs, right? Too many names for us to remember. Wokevu is a name we might remember, we might already have some association with, so this, like, consolidates the scene quite a bit. But I don't know. Lumber, Ikbrash, I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wook-Evu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Kona. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona! Now that's a good name, a familiar name. Where have I heard... Kona, as in the second promise of Tuliolal? To think that I have addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. All right then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Shibruk Pibil. While I am forbidden by the Shabrash Rash to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between Shibral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Shibral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Shibral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it on? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bonewa, and Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Shibral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bonewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political marriage altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. I know this is a messed up thing for me to say, but could you imagine if Hilda had one head that was Elizin and one head that was Hyur? It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hubigo and Boniwa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first Autarch, ruler of all three clans. But what about the Dopro? Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it's best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Oh boy. You can immediately see the charred remains of trees, right? Corpy fondue, yeah. You love Wook-Evu, you love all the old people in Dawntrail. They've got a lot of personality. He's like a local historian. Right, like Clary, I haven't missed Wook-Evu's like immense knowledge of history, but the thing is like it's weird for there to only be one knowledgeable local historian, you know what I mean? Like it would be as if like you know, like you watched Mr. Rogers on TV, and then like as you were later like, hey, I wonder about the like regional cultural like significance of our post office. Mr. Rogers walked up from behind you and said, I can tell you about that, right? Like the ostensibly this is a massive amount of distance to travel. So do you get it? Do you get this is a bit? No, I couldn't figure it out. I don't have any bits as Nixus identifies, so. By the 12. Oh, because Kona was educated in Charlia. What happened here?
This is where most battles were fought between the Cinderfield.
You can have my bits.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been. The war over these
Thank you for your
lands
bits,
began
JR.
after the Yorquees' departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter. Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago. Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance?
Which he knows about because of others, right?
You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
But Gulul Jaja is the autarch at this time, right?
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end? That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then?
Interesting.
You do not know the warlords of the East. But you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas.
Okay.
And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Sure.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
But this is just the feat of repast. This is not the other feat for the Mamulja.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue.
Mm-hmm.
But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
Okay.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation.
Okay.
The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
That is actually a really good quote.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us.
I was writing down that quote. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Or is it going to be Wuklamat's biological father? I never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibruk Pibil's invention. Okay, so I wanted to really quickly talk about some of the bits here. There's a body of water in the northeast of the zone with a lookout point with tragic lore. How far is it, JR? Yeah, the echo. I was thinking about how far and few our echo was coming through, but yeah. Dude sounds like a surfer, bro. What technology allowed him to cross the salt? It's called a boat? And yeah, so Presna brings up something with defense there. So what I will say is, while we look for this point to the northeast with a lookout, what I will say is that the idea of food being used as the basis for a peace treaty does sound quite silly. But you need to remember that the Mamulja were trying to invade Shabral land, not because they were like vibing with it, right? They weren't like, oh yeah, I love war, and also my love for war means that I really want to like hurt these people. Ostensibly, it is about a limitation of resources, right? And so if you have that massive, I don't know where this lookout point is. If you have that limitation of resources, there is probably something to be said about the difficulty with which people have access to those foods, right? So maybe, for example, in the deep underbrush where there isn't as much light, you have difficulty with getting agricultural, like, staple food groups of, like, vegetables and fruits, right? And maybe up top, right, where there is a lot more sunlight and a lot more competition for resources, maybe it's harder to have easy time hunting, and it's easier to, like, cultivate things agriculturally, right? So the idea that them coming together and feasting being like the sort of impetus for a treaty is not that absurd. You can also think about it from the perspective of you know, people who talk about during World War II, that like Christmas armistice and things like that, right? Like there are historical antecedents. I do not know where this lookout point is. I'm gonna go back to the quest, but we will look for the lookout point next time. And hey, Ahsoka, simply just make more resources. Well, I mean, that's the reason why people invade, right? Historically, throughout generations, the idea of expansionists are, we don't have enough resources where we are, so if we expand the boundaries and borders of our territory, we will just get more resources. And what we're aware of in the modern era, in ways that they weren't aware of back then, is you will never, through military expansionism, be able to actually meaningfully procure more resources. In the short term, you have the complication of having to repair damages that are done, having to try and equalize with the conquered peoples. having to do a significant amount of work. And in the long term, right, you have to expend more resources to protect that territory that you've just conquered anyways from either, theoretically, the threat of foreign invaders, which Galul Jaja did, but also, and even more meaningfully, from the possibility of rebellion amongst those people that you've just conquered, right? And this is a historical problem that we see all the time, is that when two powers go to war, and I think a really great example of this is the Holy Roman Empire, is when you had violence committed, right? Then that's where you get like burnt earth tactics, where you salt your own fields and you ruin your own farms, because if you can't have it, the invaders can't have it, right? And vice versa. If you are invading into an enemy territory, you are taking the resources of your own people, of your own lands, and equipping them, giving them to people who are going out to fight a war, so that your home front is therefore weakened. And there's all sorts of complications about this. There's all sorts of theories behind political science. There's a lot of people who say that thanks to modernity, all wars are done. That quote didn't age very well. But there is a lot of historical antecedents for this kind of peace being involved, because inarguably, if the place that you were trying to conquer has a resource that they are not able to produce or not able to get, that you have in excess of, and they have a resource that you want, that you are willing to trade, it's just far more equitable and sensible to do it that way. The idea of like violently conquering your neighbors is something that really comes from the idea of military expansionism and also nationalism, right? The idea that your nation is somehow intrinsically superior and you could do it better. And, you know, the nation of Tuliolal being all of these people coming together and working cooperatively, there's something to be said for that. I'm not happy with a lot of the individual pieces that make up the story, but the overall whole, I think, does have a almost harmonious tone to it. So yeah. I think I already talked to both of you. Yeah, we just couldn't find that, sorry, I was told that there was a lookout point, a sightseeing log location, and I just couldn't find it. I gave up too fast. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Right, and the point being what he said, oh god. The point being what he said, that no one is born a leader, you make people a leader. Oh, rolling berry-shaped ice, sure. It's thanks to Wokevu that we were able to learn this forest's history. That's twice now he's helped us. Do you think that we might never have met him if we hadn't thought to fix the float? I hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. The Feast of Repast. Bananas still weigh heavily on Kona's mind. Wokevu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Bibil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves, unless... Tell me, was that historic feat commemorated in some fashion, with a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Are we going to get, like, 100-year-old Najul leaves? Oh god. What does Kona want with a monument? You keep getting a bit of French sounding every so often from Wokevu. Does he really? Have I just missed that? The lookout point is underwater. Do not worry about it, JR. You were busy with the world boss and couldn't answer right away. Hope the world boss was fun. It is only speculation, but I dare to hope. Oh my, Wukevu. Guh. I'm trying to do voices like they give them, but I am terrible. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Elish, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here. This soil has been recently overturned. Damn, a digging sound effect that isn't just the lookout emote. Ooh, someone buried the box. Well, well. I would have been satisfied to only find a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Hunmuruk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Heh, so he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wukevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrash. My Aaronville is really good, though. Thank you, Red Rebecca. Okay, yes, we can take the road back. Ikrash Soli. This vast lake, the Red Blood Soli, fills the northeastern reaches of Yaktel. When the Chapral and Mamulja once waged war near the lakeside, it is said they consigned fallen warriors to its surface, staining its blue surface crimson. Woof. Yeah. There's also, like, the other part about war, right, is in part that you also suffer with regards to the bodies, right? Like a lot of pestilence. Like very few people go through the effort of doing what needs to be done to clean up the bodies, right? Because doing so submits yourself back to the potential conflict of the enemy army. And so if you don't recover the bodies, those bodies will fester. There will be all sorts of possible diseases that could happen. You are disrupting the local ecosystem because you are feeding potential carrion feeders who might not necessarily thrive in that particular area. There's all sorts of complications to war by leaps and bounds, I would argue, right? And so that is another part of the whole factor is, you know, you need to be mindful of all of the factors at play, and so few people are. You have to wonder whether Wook-Evu is actually a historian and not a shipwright. Okay, he doesn't have anything new to say. There's no new boys. One day I'll be telling stories here. A lofty goal, but I believe you can reach it. Oh man, I've talked about this before in the past, right? How there is a part of me that really wants to be wanted to be a storyteller, right? To go traveling from location to location. That like sort of romanticized bard almost. And then obviously that's no longer a viable option. So then I wanted to be an author. And then, you know, I'm not going to say that the publishing industry is really going downhill, but Brandon Sanderson has recently started putting out Let's Play videos of his playthrough Elden Ring. So, you know, in order to become a successful author, all you have to do is publish several award-winning New York Times best-selling novels, and then also do a Let's Play of Elden Ring. It's that easy. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. So when's my Let's Play of Elden Ring starting? Literally never. I'm just not competent enough at gameplay for that stuff. And also, I'm not Brandon Sanderson. How did everyone fare? We got the Najua leaves. Wook-Evu came along and helped us find them. Wook-Evu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Galul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me a little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. Do we know, JR, if that original meal that you were sending to me, Cochinita Pibil, is that actually based off of a similar sort of narrative? Historical anecdote? But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Oriange and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had to offer. Ah, Albino! Spoken like a true expert. Erinville and I found our brook, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote while trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? Oh, Alice. I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achiote. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Only level 90, baby! Have not touched crafters in Dawntrail! Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then. Where are literally the other contestants? Did they just give up and go to the Mamulja village?
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
Oh.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
They came back.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Hell yeah, Wooklamat.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the
Oh!
wait.
They're tacos?
Shibruk
Not tacos. I'm just... When I see a tortilla folded over, I assume taco.
This looks amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Shouldn't Wooklamat be doing this part?
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Damn! Man put entire thing in his mouth.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend
Hanmaruk does have to go taste the other pibil, right, though? Like...
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Eating? I'm also quite proud of my
To
eating.
receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
Okay. What is this feeling that I have?
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Okay.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
Uh-oh.
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of
this was the inevitable outcome, right?
Unsatisfactory. Your team,
because these two are the warmongers, and so they're the most willing to fight our team to get their keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
Okay.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja, for making the subtext into text. Very cool.
This is delicious!
I do like that Wook-Lamat has just been chowing down in the background.
So tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime.
Sure. Girl does not understand there was politics happening.
Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
But I'm so nervous about the Mamulja section now, right? Because apparently Bakul Jaja is the, like, next inheritor of the autarch position or whatever, by old traditions.
That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
Absolutely not.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Jeez, Kona, what do you want from me? It was all done by cutscene.
To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Oh, I'm so nervous for the Mamulja
Only one
part.
feet left.
Well, I should get going then.
Is Kona going to die? Is Zarilja going to kill Kona?
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
I really think they'd let baby girl die. They killed Horshafont. I do not trust Squeenix.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important.
Ring hands emote? Uh-huh.
Was there any Shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Sure. Cute. I am Dread is such a perfect way to sum it up. I am in dread right now. I'm so nervous. You weren't expecting her to swallow one whole. How good is Elish at cooking? I think Elish is better than you would expect for a spoiled noble, but not good enough to write home about, right? Like, Elish would not pull a pizza out of the oven with his bare hands screaming, but he would not like whip you up like something that you'd be like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever, right? You would eat something Elish would make and it would be like, that was food. Didn't he say he thought Kona would be useful as someone working with him when Zeralja is leader? But Kryl said, when Kryl glimpsed into Zeralja's mind just now, Kryl said that one would harbor such dark feelings towards one's own siblings. Like, Zeralja is 100% the Game of Thrones shit that I want to have happen, right? Like, Zeralja is what I wish happened in Heaven's Ward with the High Houses. Graha says there can only be one cute cat boy. We always knew that letting Graha Tia get a seat in Square Enix's board of directors was a problem. Excuse me. Elish almost killed you with a croissant. Well, you know. Susie unimpressed? Exactly. You wouldn't have Elish cook for you. You would have Elish go out and hire a chef to cook for you. That's what he's good for. Elish made you spaghetti with ketchup and shaky cheese on it? Oh, you know. If Elish was in The Sims, he'd burn the house down trying to use the microwave. No, JR, come on. Elish, dumping chips into a bowl isn't cooking. What do you mean? I put the chips in the bowl. I put the salsa in the bowl. What more do you want? But okay. With what money? It's not about the money, Wirebone. It's about the privilege of serving a house as long and as storied as demised. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Bakul Jaja. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. One final feat remains. After this one, I hardly know what to expect. I'm so nervous for the Mamulja village. I am extremely nervous. Oh, I didn't talk to Kryl. Okay, sorry. Wiklamat, I love you. Hold on. I'm relieved that our dish was well received. Hey, JR. That was so good! I'm already looking forward to having Shibruk Pibil again. Here, Elish. Kryl made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking of buying more for the road myself. Now that the Feast of Repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Oh, it's a tabletop item, which is why it had the, like, special icon. Sure. New wares are now available from the Shibral merchant in Ikbrash. That's so funny. Okay, we're now level 97. Our inventory is full. I'm throwing away these true blue boots. They're level 1. We can buy them from the Calamity Salvager. I am eating this finger sandwich. Thank you, Vega. That's two free inventory slots. It's fine. Feet of the Brotherhood, here we come. Please. Okay, nobody has any new dialogue. Two is one more than I need. Red Rebecca gets it. A father's grief. The next feat awaits, and Alphino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Chocobag is absolutely chock-a-block full. Raven, are you kidding me? Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tynbeck Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time as we see fit. Did you learn nothing from the Pot Pact and Earthenshire? You should all be huddled in a circle with pikes out, ready to stab the first person to approach you. I, for one, would like to explore the village surrounds. If Erenville would oblige me with a tour. Very well. I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Elish? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. Choco-block full. Yes, very clever. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in Yaktel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make some inquiries where we can. Surely they wouldn't use the same trick twice. Only an idiot would do that. Why are you saying it that way, Wirebone? Why are you doing me like this? We still haven't seen the Shabral who was hiding behind the tree, right? I'm assuming it's the yellow Shabral we saw from the Echo Vision, and that he's Wuklamat's biological father, something along those lines, right? There's some reason why Galul Jaja took Wuklamat, right? I hope someone in Ikbrash knows something. This fellow looks promising. Definitely older than I am. Okay, fair enough. A foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. Oh my god. Does Kryl have a sister? I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunmuruk. He was already Shabrak's Rash then. A baby girl. It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. If you want to know more about that mage, I'd suggest speaking with Hunmuruk. He's sure to remember him. Scratch his chin. Guh. I'm sure Kryl would know if Galoof had another daughter. Granddaughter, right? Can I put anything else in my chocobo bag? No, right? Yeah. Okay. This may very well be the lead I was hoping for. So, Hunmuruk has been Shabrash for over 20 years. That's before I was even born. Well, we will get another lead on the mystery of what happened to Galoof after a very short break. Y'all know the drill. We take anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. You will see a beautiful Be Right Back set of images put together by our very own Bo. And if you're interested in being immortalized during that Be Right Back screen, send those G poses out there. You'll see you all very soon. Bye! We're back, and I hope you enjoyed the very accurate representation of my response to oil lamps. But yeah. Very, very purposefully, Bo has requested that there be bad G poses that are sent in, because bad G poses can be turned into like touristy photos, right? So I was like trying to be like artsy and like use all of the tips and tricks that you taught me about G poses, Nixus. And then when Bo was like, give me bad pictures, I just made LHB standing man emoji, so you get it. Okay. Well, let's rock and roll. So Hanmuruk has been Shabrash Rash for over 20 years. Oh, we did actually read these boys, so. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ikbrash roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Uh-oh. Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbrash, Master Galuf. Wooklamat's serene expression. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Charlea is the only civilization that we are currently aware of that had, like, I'm going to call it mind control magic, but that's not exactly what I mean, right? The, like, compulsion that all members of the forum were under to not say anything about the fucking spaceship that they had, right? So, if Galuf used that same sort of compulsion on others, that would not super surprise me, because the whole thing with the forum was like, oh, they have to be willing and consent to it. So, like, if Hanmuruk consented to Charlean mindfuckery. Sure. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yakhoi once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Urkopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yakhoi claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forests, the Jatika heartland. Excuse me? Then that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the Third Promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. The fact that the rain stopped just now feels very symbolic, right? Excuse me, I died? Blech. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Ellie. Might I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. You're all heart. Actually, Black Cat Coder, if I died and came back, I wouldn't be a Void Scent, I would be Ashkin. There's a difference. Sorry, Raven. I had someone the other day tell me that my knowledge of lore in Final Fantasy XIV is intimidating, bordering on, like, insane, so... Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind this village. Void Scent also respawn. So Void Scent also respawn on the 13th. They do not respawn on the source because the majority of Void Scent on the source aren't actually physically here. They are projecting through a body that is being prepared by a black mage, with obviously the exception of the Necrologos rips in the firmament between the source and the 13th, etc. But it's still an aspect of them. That's like saying I can never be killed because my character respawns in video games. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Krya's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wukalamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Shabral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. I swear to God, if Bakul Jaja killed Hanmuruk's daughter, I'm gonna scream. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of Shabral. I was determined not to let them succeed. And so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Oh, what the fuck? So wait, so your daughter didn't die in the cenote? Dawn's servant Galul Jaja. So Wukalamat is your daughter. Though she was born to lead the Shabral, fate had a greater plan for Wukalamat. I mean, like, okay, sure. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. because we're about to go to Mamuk, and if the person who tried to kill your daughter is still in Mamuk, they might strike again. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor towards the Shabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. Right. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's elector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Imagine telling this to a random foreigner you just met, though. But are we a random foreigner that you just met, or are you a random foreigner who is, like, in the daughter's entourage, who, like, might not have any foreign interests in the developments, yada yada, right? Like, I mean, Hunmuruk might be making a wild choice, but I would also go so far as to say he's making, like, the best choice with the limited resources that he has available to him, right? It's not like he can send a Shabral in the entourage now. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliolal, but a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Wooklamat is in our link pearl. What did you just say? You're my biological dad? Uh-oh. Like, what do you mean he overheard? I'm so fucking pissed at video games. You're surprised I haven't also fallen into a cenote? Well, listen. Taking a stand. Hunmuruk stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Like, truly, I think the thing that pisses me off the most about Dawntrail MSQ so far is that, like, the Mamulja working for Bakul Jaja are literally the fucking most Team Rocket grunt-ass motherfuckers I have ever seen on the face of the planet. Like, I'm sorry to swear, but, like, I just so happened to be in the right place at the right time to overhear this secret for 1,000 billion years, and no one saw me approach because I'm a master of stealth. Fuck you, Mamulja. Like, what are you literally on about? You just so happened to be there to overhear us? Up yours. I'm so angry. Like, I'm so angry. And then the Mamulja's, like, neutral face to smile face. Like, cool. Cool. I couldn't tell he was a devious motherfucker by the fact that he was eavesdropping on me and my friend. It had to be his smirky, shit-eating grin. Let Wooklamat be happy. The most Team Rocket villains you've met so far. That makes me so nervous, JR. Oh my god. Guess you gotta blast them off again. I just want to blast them off the face of Aetheris. This is like when people are speaking dire secrets in RP venues, but you're sitting right next to them at the bar. For real, though. It just truly, I have never experienced anything that is, like, so unhinged. I feel better having spoken with you. My thanks. Surely this isn't a convenient plot point. No, it definitely doesn't feel like it so far. Oh no, it's a duty. Finished speaking with Hanmuruk, have you? Upon speaking with Wuk-Lamat, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Cool. I'm not a cool. Radical, actually. So pissed. You're back! So what did Hanmuruk want? Well, he told me a very big secret, that it's a big deal that he made it a secret. So we went over to a cenote, so that way we wouldn't be overheard. But then, an 8-foot-tall lizard man hid behind a tree, and so we conveniently overheard the whole thing anyways. It's alright, you don't have to say. More importantly, the Tynebeck Traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. Would you take a cat nap, Wuk-Lamat? A moment, promise. For the love of all that is fucking holy. I just felt myself age 5 billion years. I'm now dust in the wind. You're one of Bakul Jaja's. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? I think I should fucking kill you. I think I should run you through with a sword right now, cut your head off, and kick, like freaking kick your head back to Bakul Jaja. And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. I didn't swap into my battle gear. I just entirely forgot. I'm just so pissed right now.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us?
So stupid. What, so we agreed to go because he was threatening to share the truth about Wuk-Lamat's heritage?
Oh, Morok! Bakul Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Also, this is the exact same problem I had over in Warlord's Echo. When Bakul Jaja walks up, frees fucking Valigarmanda, and then the guard, who is supposed to be guarding Valigarmanda, lets Bakul Jaja go. Like, I'm sorry to be so unhappy about this, but like, what the fuck was literally everyone else in their village doing? Do they not have any guards? There was that chick who's like, I'm a viper and I'm the, like, we've got a sacred duty to the village. Like, fucking nobody saw them kidnap the leader of their village? They're all like, oh, guess what do the claimants has a conversation to have with the elector? Like, what is happening? I'm so unhappy. And like, okay, here's the other thing, right? We saw we saw him literally in the cutscene about the war with like all of the the war between the Mamulja and the Shabral, right? Like we saw him in the cutscene, unless there is another Shabral with the exact same entire design and mustache and everything. We saw him in that cutscene. Is he not an accomplished warrior? Like, because if all four of them are jumping him, right? Surely that would make some noise. Like, I'm just like, it's fine. It's fine. I love video games.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here.
I swear to God, if we hear that Bakul Jaja is the person who pushed Wuklomat into a cenote when she was a little girl, I'm going to uninstall Final Fantasy XIV and become a World of Warcraft streamer.
Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
Why are we letting him continue? Like, they're just, like, they're so fucking, like, cartoonishly evil.
Despicable, heartless fiend. Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages.
Fucking rip his throat out with your teeth.
Come on then. You want to fight? I'll give you a fight.
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
Cartoon protagonist for cartoon villain. Yeah.
By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose.
Just like, why? Why even say that?
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting
Please.
for? Blessed bastards! It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
Please don't make me play as Wuklomat. Please do not make me play as Wuklomat.
No, I didn't hear you right.
Please, please do not make me play as Wuklomat. Don't worry, this scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember?
Okay, sure. You know what's so funny? I have all tanks at 90 except for warrior.
I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
I genuinely do not know how to play warrior. It is the one tank I don't know. In this battle, you will play as Wook-Lamat. Through skillful combat, Wook-Lamat will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Okay, so I have Tail of the Brash combo, which restores my own HP. Turali Judgment, which does not do any HP restoration. It's also just worse? Is it an AoE? Okay, weird. Luwatena Pulse increases maximum HP by 20 and restores the amount healed. I know that one. That's like Thrill of Battle or whatever. Beak of the Luwatena, deliver a ranged attack with potency of 150, increases enmity. Run of the Ronique, rushes target, delivers attack with a potency of 150. Okay, sure. So, fine.
Come, you mangy housecut, so I can rip you to pieces.
Okay, I can't just run away from you forever. Is that an AoE? That feels like an AoE.
I'll cut you to shreds.
God, not being able to change my hotkeys for it as well also sucks. Wook-Lamat gains strength from her resolve. What am I pressing? Where is it? Where is my limit break? Dawnlit Conviction? Nothing is happening with that. Okay.
No more tricks, Bakul Chaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior? This mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
God, I was very stressed. Okay, sure, fine.
About my nation, my people, and myself.
I mean, I assume, right? I assume that's what the circle means? Yeah, okay.
What? Can't keep up.
So what am I gonna need the AoE for?
How do you like this?
Shadow Siblings. Is that it?
Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Okay. What? How do you know which one's the real one? You guess, and you get lucky by guessing.
Finally understand what it means to live in peace.
Sure. Uh-huh. Yup.
To greet each day in safety and happiness.
I'm really...
Irritating pest! It's time we finished her, brother. This is the end for you, kitten.
Okay. Yeah. Booklebat's gaining strength from her resolve. That's so cool. Have I ever mentioned how cool that is?
Know your place.
Oh no! Okay.
It's not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant.
Oh.
I must carry on Papa's legacy.
Yup,
Love
Papa.
for our people.
His love. He's got so much love inside of him.
I'll grind you beneath my heel.
Yup. Cool, this is exactly how playing the normal game works too. It's exactly like this.
Keep up.
You're just so fast, my cool Jaja. So fast. Such a fast boy.
Flea-ridden upstart. Why won't you die?
Supreme Standard.
Fine. I'll show you the true power.
Oh, is this an active time maneuver? Sure.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last.
Yep, cool. That's exactly how playing the actual game works, is the crazy thing. Is if you just feel really not like losing, you'll just get more limit break.
To the light of you!
Because we know Dynamis is real, right?
What? But that was everything I had!
So just Dynamis harder.
I can't stand it anymore!
Okay, yeah, sure, fine.
This is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us!
Ooh. Okay.
We care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamuk! We cannot lose!
Okay. It's really great that she's getting strength from her resolve.
Great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army. You still won't win.
Oh, I don't think I did this right.
I will prove
It's fine.
my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence! Unchanged! She wasn't like this before!
All it takes is a fresh haircut and confidence, besties. That's all you need. Yep, cool. Jesus wept. Oh. It is interesting that we've had this engagement before Mamuk, right? Like, shouldn't he have a home field advantage in Mamuk?
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
I mean, here's the thing. Narratively, very satisfying for Bakul Jaja to get his ass beat by Wuklammat, right?
Threatening the Hanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it.
Just kill him now!
Of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
Don't be like, if you do it again, if you do it a 5th time.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
Why are you just divulging the plan now?
But,
yeah, exactly.
Should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over.
What does it matter? It's not like we were just threatening to kill your biological father. We know when we've been beat, fair is fair. We would never actually just stab you in the back or roll a boulder on top of you while you're walking down a ravine. We give up now. You've beaten us, Ash Ketchum, with your Pikachu.
We'll release the hostage.
Why?
I'm sorry. I was careless.
But Raven, the point was to kill him. The point is that he is the leader. Like, the entire setup with Wuklammat being taken by Galul Jaja is that Hunmuruk is the leader, and that his daughter was the one who was set to inherit, like, leadership responsibilities over the village. If their whole thing is that they're trying to prove the dominancy, the supremacy of the Mamulja, killing Hunmuruk throws the entirety of Shabral society into chaos. Just do it anyways. Like, if they were truly willing to do so beforehand, then why don't they just do it anyways? They would just cause a fight they don't want, though. Bakul Jaja is an idiot. I'm like losing it. I'm like, I genuinely lost the thread. Like, I have been in lockstep with you, Dawntrail, every step of the way. I have given you the benefit of the doubt every step of the way. When you took away my beautiful Yakhoi giants from me, I was okay with that. I eventually got over the oil lantern. This is truly, like, Bakul Jaja is an idiot if this is the response afterwards. Like, oh, she beat us in a fair fight. She beat us in an unfair fight, tilted in our favor. Guess we'll just give up? In terms of the seat of governance for the entire country?
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Like, this feels good, and I understand what he's doing.
Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant.
I'm just so deflated.
Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Can't make judgments about the Mamulja in Mamuk until you get there. We're gonna go on a break. That's between 3 to 5 minutes. If you want to be on the break screen, I just need to like shake it off. I need like ice or something. We'll be back. I promise we'll be back. See you soon. Hi, friends. We need to have a small conversation about where we are with regards to Dawntrail's MSQ. I am fine. I'm thrilled. I'm ecstatic to give Dawntrail the benefit of the doubt. And I am happy to see Wook-Lamat grow as her own person. I am happy to do that duty against Bakul Jaja as Wook-Lamat, as a triumph of Wook-Lamat's spirit and joy and soul against adversity and the negativity that Bakul Jaja represents. What I am not thrilled about is the contrivances that were necessary to make that entire sequence happen, right? And like, I think here is the reason why I am the most upset about this, is because the writing for Dawntrail up until this point has been beyond reproach. And I mean that in a way that I didn't mean it with Endwalker, right? Like, Endwalker was very so-so at times, right? Like, Endwalker had some really, like, narratively justified moments, but moments that didn't necessarily sit right or we weren't thrilled by. Everything Dawntrail has done up until this moment has just fucking rocked. Like, it has made perfect logical sense. It hits emotional beats that I feel like I'm supposed to get. I don't know if I'm just not the target audience for that entire sequence, but the finding out Wook-Lamat's real dad, real biological father, into he is immediately kidnapped, into Wook-Lamat immediately beats Bakul Jaja in a way that, like, we have seen no relativistic growth, right? It's like, again, it's Dynamis, it's Limit Break, it's the power of feelings. Made me feel like I was just like I feel like what we were experiencing was 5 different story beats that should have each been given their room to breathe, right? And then at the end, Wook-Lamat going, "Are you my real dad?" And him going, "You really are the Dawn Servant's child." When we didn't even have a conversation about the fact that the reason why her dad gave her up was because supposedly she was the threat of political she was the target of political assassinations. And so, like, the idea was that she would be safer being at an even more elevated position because she would be ostensibly under the protection and auspices of Golul Jaja and the Landsguard, and just, like, it just feels like there was not any room to breathe there. And, like, the thing that makes me the most annoyed about it is that Wuklamat's biological father says, this is still evidence that there are hostilities in Mamuk, that people in Mamuk are still angry at Shabral, that there are still tensions between our people. Is the idea to put them in the mouth of the crocodile, I guess, like, to put them in the lion's den? Like, I just, like, surely Golul Jaja knows this. Surely, in the process of selecting electors, in the process of doing everything, like, I'm just like, I don't know. Like, and then they just, like, Golul Jaja doesn't prepare Wuklamat or any of Wuklamat's entourage, or, like, say anything to anyone else about the fact that, like, Wuklamat's real biological dad is there. And then on top of that, right, like, we still got the Zorilja beeline going through. Like, we had an incredible moment of tension, a ton of tension was being built up, and, like, Bakul Jaja running away and having that, like, flashback about, like, all of the other siblings who died and, like, what was it all for, right? Like, I get that they're setting up something more for Bakul Jaja there, but, like, don't set up more for Bakul Jaja right off of the ass of me whooping his ass because he's an evil villain. Right? Like, you are allowed one of two worlds, Squeenix. You are allowed Bakul Jaja was about to murder Wuklamat's dad, is an asshole and an absolute menace, or you are allowed Bakul Jaja is misunderstood. Like, I saw a meme about this, about Square Enix's villains, about how Square Enix's villains are always like, I'm evil, I'm evil, I'm evil, I'm evil. And then right as they're being defeated, they go, I just wanted to play on the playground. And that is exactly the energy that fight with Bakul Jaja had. Like, don't be like, oh, but maybe there's something more to him. Now, here, he has shown no growth. He has shown no change. And I get it. Like, oh, he's a product of his environment. He's a product of his culture. Like, he is, like, if you can truly understand to, like, appreciate him, you can understand to appreciate anyone. Then this whole thing about, like, oh, it's like, yeah, through the power of friendship and love and understanding. Like, Bakul Jaja has had zero redemptive moments. Like, zero. He has not earned a redemption arc. And this is the same fucking thing that they did with Emmett Selk. And this is the exact same thing that they did with, like, every meaningful villain. I see what you're saying about Xenos, Raven. We will circle back to that. Every meaningful villain doesn't get to be a villain. Every meaningful villain is like, I'm a bad guy, I'm a bad guy, I'm a bad guy. And then at the very end, they're like, but was I really, if you think about it? Let me catch up on chat. You feel like I will have things to say about the second half of this story? Oh boy. You do think that this was probably one of the biggest instances of pacing issue in this MSQ. You do think the MSQ is well paced overall. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, up until that moment, I would have told you Dawntrail was knocking it out of the park. I would have said, because I put Shadowbringers on the tip top at my as my my most satisfying, right? And then I had Heaven's Ward, and then like slightly below Heaven's Ward Endwalker, right? But like it was very close between them. I would have said that Dawntrail was on par with Heaven's Ward. They've done a beautiful part setting up a world, designing complexities, factionalization, the idea of possible threats and external things, the mystery that is being set up. Dawntrail's pacing up into this moment was like 10 out of 10. And then this thing was just like it would, you know what it is? It is Emmett Selk shooting our cat and then immediately jumping us to the end of Elpis, where Emmett Selk's like, but we were best friends, weren't we? And we would have continued to be best friends, except Kronos, the giant clock that Hermes made, wiped all of our memories. Like, that's what that was. There was not time to like, let this percolate, to let this sit, to be like, oh, maybe the Mamulja never were going to kill the Elector, right? Because the whole threat, the entire time that stopped Bakul Jaja from killing the Hanu Elector is that Bakul Jaja, if you commit violence against any Elector, you will be disqualified. So why were they like, oh, but this time it's different? Like, why? If they were not actually going to kill him, they were going to get disqualified afterwards, because all the Elector had to do was go back to Gulul Jaja and go, they committed violence against an Elector, apparently the one thing that will get them disqualified, and then they would have been disqualified. So like, just like none of that made sense. Like none of that passes any sort of logic test. I suppose the issue is that there's only one feat left, so they wanted to wrap up those related issues between this feat and the next one. You think it makes slightly more sense once you go to Mamuk, but it won't solve everything? Bakul Jaja is misunderstood, and the real people who understand him want to fuck him. Sure, fine. Xenos was your best friend, not a villain. Please stop. Please do not. Especially with that villain rant, you will have things to say. It's the best story. You did Hades EX. It's still peak even in hardcore content. Sure. To be fair, you're not even halfway through MSQ. Like, and this is the thing, right? Like, I do apologize for absolutely losing it there, but this is the same thing. Like, I'm so hot I have to take off my jacket. This is the thing that happened with Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit. Is like there were times in which like Baldur's Gate 3 was knocking it out of the park, knocking it out of the park, knocking it out of the park, and then something happens that like not only breaks my immersion, but throws me out of the verisimilitude that I'm not playing a game, that I'm experiencing something, right? Like the Wook-Lamat story beat of playing as Wook-Lamat is fine. In a vacuum, there is nothing wrong with that. I think that was badass. I think that was cool. I think not having the Warrior of Light fight Wook-Lamat's fight there and having Wook-Lamat do it, radical. I do not think that they narratively earned Wook-Lamat being that significantly stronger at that point. Yes. Has she acquired the traits to become a better ruler? Absolutely. Does acquiring the traits to become a better ruler automatically make you a better fighter? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. And like to further make it like insane, like unhinged almost, is the idea that in all of that nonsense, in all of that like demonstrably criminal bullshit, that like we're gonna solve all of it, like, with the power of friendship. And, like, it's just, like, I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say about the possibility of like, there just being a misunderstood kid on the playground. And if someone just took the moment to understand that kid and, like, try and help him from getting bullied, that like maybe he wouldn't have grown up to be in a fascist autarch who murders people. Like I get that that's where they're going with this, but like I don't know that they've done the groundwork to earn that. What story beat in Baldur's Gate 3 did you not like? There were just like a lot of small interactions and things that made me like, deeply displeased, right? You have terrible news. If you don't like where stories where someone wins via the power of friendship, Final Fantasy XIV might be a tough sell for you. But this is the thing, Nixus, right? Is that it's not that the idea of winning through the power of friendship is hard. It's that there is a difference between winning through the power of friendship and being like, this person who is just about to murder my dad is equally deserving of the love and respect and the bandwidth that I would give any other human being. Right? Like, and this is the thing that like is so deeply frustrating about the design philosophy of what just happened, right? Like, because if Bakul Jaja had learned anything, if Bakul Jaja had shown any amount of remorse, if there was any indication that he was even moving like a micromillimeter on any of his positions, that would be one thing. But the setup in the very beginning of Bakul Jaja has no real plans. He just wants to prove himself. Bakul Jaja is like a big meathead and kind of an idiot, but like he's not necessarily poorly meaning, but he's just like limited in scope just to the Mamulja. Like, if they took any of those things and then expanded on them at all, I'd be like, okay, this is a conversation. To be like, there's another village you haven't gone to, and that village will recontextualize everything and make the fact that Bakul Jaja is a dad killer totally justified is insane to me. Like, if one of his Mamulja cronies was like, if you don't kill, like, Wuklamat's dad, we'll kill you, or we'll, like, go back to the hatchery where you were born from and murder all of your siblings there. Like, if we got any of that beforehand, even a hint of that, it would be different. But, like, the problem is that we just went into that cold, like raw dog cold, and you're being like, but you should just take this in stride, is insane to me. They also don't immediately pivot to showing Bakul Jaja love though. Okay. I mean, like, if he does a lot to earn it, I'm willing to have another conversation about that, right? But like, this is the problem that I'm having with this, is like, if someone threatened to kill my friends and family, I wouldn't be like, don't do it again, Bakul Jaja. Like, what are you on about? You should do this story? Yes. Imagine if there was more MSQ though. Wow. What a shocker. They're gonna do something to make all of this absolutely make sense and resolve any possible problems. They're gonna be like, actually, Wuklamat's dad killed a bunch of babies himself, and so that's why it's okay for him to be taken under a deeply distressing situation, which is going to cause him no small amount of trauma and definitely does not feel like a justifier for the racial tensions that exist between the Shabral and the Mamulja. That won't happen. It's totally fine. Bakul Jaja is not the representative of the entirety of the Mamulja attempt to claim sovereignty over Tulialal. Now, I do think Bakul Jaja is meant to be a cruel, power-hungry guy, but he doesn't have the skill to back it up. Okay, sure, fine. You're missing a lot of stuff that contextualizes Bakul Jaja that hasn't happened yet. I don't know what extra context for dad murder that I am missing. It was meant to be a little like, what the fuck? Okay, sure, fine. I mean, she didn't say that to him. He ran off before she could speak to him. Wirebone, Wuklamat literally says, no more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me. Wuklamat literally is saying, I'm gonna give you one more chance, but if you mess up again, this time I'm serious. And like, yes, I get that, like, the actual point is that Wuklamat just beat his ass, and so now her words carry a little bit more weight, but like, dad murder reasons has layer like Shrek? Sure, fine, cool. answer to me also reads as a threat, though. Right, but like that's my problem, Lava Salmon, is that like, why are you giving him another threat, another chance to be like here is the problem. If releasing Valigarmanda was not a capital offense enough, was not literally treason against the country, like, surely taking a constituent member of the overall state of Tulialal's leader and threatening to murder him to secure your position to the throne would constitute that, right? Like this. Here's the difference between Fordola and Bakul Jaja, right? Fordola is under extreme duress in a situation in which Fordola's livelihood and life is constantly under threat if she does not do what her oppressors say. Bakul Jaja is ostensibly a tool of the previous autocratic regime. So, like, what am I missing here? Is Bakul Jaja's life under threat right now? Like, is it like, if you don't do all of these things, I will kill you? And so that's the thing that's supposed to like garner respect. Like, and again, yes, I'm not literally asking that to you. I know we will figure it out through MSQ, but like, this story beat is insane. Because she's the champion of peace. She is a champion of peace. I get that, yeah. Remember last stream when like Demise was like, Bakul Jaja is just a goofy guy? But 1NFK, it like, this is the problem, right? Is I wasn't saying Bakul Jaja is a goofy guy. I was saying Bakul Jaja has the makings of a goofy guy, right? Like, they planted the seeds, right? And I was like, oh, with a little bit of watering, with a little bit of cultivation, with a little bit of care, they can grow Bakul Jaja out into a goofy guy. But they fucking went from a bunch of like a handful of seeds, and then they handed me a full chia pet, and they said, this is what you wanted, right? When you bought the seeds, the chia pet, it's here. This is it. You got to the end. Like, I just like, and again, yes, we will experience it. But I just needed to explain why I was so monumentally angry. It's not that Final Fantasy XIV's policy of saying enemies can turn into friends is aggravating. It's the idea that like, with this pacing and with these developments, like, why did we let any of the other Mamulja go? Well, okay, we let Bakul Jaja go because he ran away too fast, or he was simply too slippery. The other Mamulja who show up and are like, hey, bestie, we were also going to kill your dad, but why would we kill your dad now? You clearly bested us. Why did we let all of them go? All of Bakul Jaja's accomplices? Like, yes, okay, Wukalamat is not a punitive tool, but like, Wukalamat is reluctant to do violence throughout MSQ. I know, but sometimes peace doesn't work, and you got to do what you got to do. Like, and like, again, right? Like, obviously, the point is that like, if Gulul Jaja believed that, if Gulul Jaja believed that sometimes peace isn't an option and sometimes you got to do what you got to do, that like, there would never be a Tuliolal to begin with in the first place. Great, fine. But it's not just Gulul Jaja, right? Like, he didn't single-handedly make the nation of Tuliolal, even though they're giving him a lot of credit, right? Like the idea of great men in history has been historically disproven. It is a great number of people. If the leaders of the Hanu, the leaders of the Pelu, the leaders of the Yakhoi, if any one of them along the way said, no, we're not going to do it, then it wouldn't have happened with zero bloodshed, right? Like, the fact is that it took multiple great leaders, and Bakul Jaja is not a member of that great leader constituency. You want a Bakul Jaja Chia pet? It's fine. Like I can already feel that Bakul Jaja is going to be this expansion's Emmett Selk for me. I can already feel all of the story beats that are gonna come down the pipeline, and you're all gonna go, "Oh wow, Device, don't you feel so silly for not liking Bakul Jaja?" And I can feel those moments coming, and let me tell you this right now, just like with Emmett Selk, I am not going to change on this stance. Bakul Jaja is an enemy of the state, is a literal attempted dad murderer. Like, I do not give him any bandwidth. I think it has something to do with the lawful good. She punished him for his transgression, so now he has a chance to repent in her eyes. It's the another chance you better not mess up, because then you will be, my hands will be tied and I will have to punish you fully. A slap on the wrist. Not enough for what he did in my opinion, but my take on it. No, super valid, right? Like, and like, I get that's what Wooklamat is doing, but again, like, the story beats didn't have, like, Bakul Jaja's break about like, I have failed my other siblings in this moment, and he's just like runs away, is like nothing. Is truly nothing. He's the wrong Mumulja for the Bakul Jabjab. All right. All he wants is that Gabagulja. I can't believe this. This is honestly an insane comparison. No, I think this is a very sensible comparison. Please write down on a post-it note about how angry you are about this character right now, please. Just for later, just for me. I hate you. That's sure. She was way too peace crazy. Like, bro, sometimes violence is the answer. Let me do violence. I mean, like, and again, this is supposed to be representative of give peace a chance, right? Like, this is like if Neville Chamberlain was right and you could do a peace, right? Like, peace in our time and all of that horse shit. It's just like, I'm just unhappy. Now you see that evil will always triumph because good is done. Yeah. And like, also, like, this is the other thing, right? Is like the Bakul Jaja quote that I do like. I do genuinely like it. I think it is objectively a good quote. Is the ignorance begets strife, understanding begets fellowship, right? But that's a two-way street. Like, you can't just be the most understanding cat in the playhouse, and that because you are so understanding, everyone else's crimes will be subsumed into you, and like, just like it'll all go away. Sometimes, while understanding begets friendship, the other person also has to meet you halfway. The other person has to also be understanding, and Bakul Jaja has not done that. There is no reason for us at this point in the narrative to be like, there is any part of Bakul Jaja that will begin that road to redemption. And this is the thing that I was talking about with regards to the whole problem with Ishgard, the whole problem with Girabanya, and the angry Girabanyans who are like, we hate all of the like wolves who like defected to Garlemald, and then every single subsequent NPC afterwards is like, actually, I don't think they're so bad. I was never a dragon hater. I love dragons. I was never a part of the Ishgardian crusade against Nidhogg. I'm a dragon lover. You weren't. Just commit to the fact that you weren't. Just commit to the fact that you were a bad person, and now you are committing to change. That you are committing to putting in the hard work to change your stance and perspective. Do that, and then this will have been earned. Nixus, this is after the glass of water and after the walk. I'm sorry. Anyways, we're done. We're doing the rest of this quest. I just like... Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Yeah? A satisfied air, Alice? You know me so well. Erenville's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another one in the lower forests. For as weathered as our promise looks, he's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? The twins ran me from one end of Uthomu horizon to the other. asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Seems we were last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. And I'm so glad that you are the protector, Wooklamat, to really draw the hard line and make sure that people who threaten the people that you care about will definitely be punished for that kind of behavior. I feel so much safer with you by my side. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier, in the second Promises camp. Oh my god, I swear to fuck, if Zoralja kills Kona, we're stopping. We will not play any more Final Fantasy XIV.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
Kona's about to get murdered by Zoralja.
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people.
Save me, Kona. Kona,
Could someone
save
who
me.
struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting Zeralja's like blades to explode out of Kona's chest in a spray of blood at literally every beat in that story. So Faf Kingdom, I cannot possibly go back over the feelings that I had because it was the perfect storm of like frustration, high intensity, the despair and anger that I was feeling at the preparation for what's going on in Mamuk. You guys like I hate to be this guy, but like go back in the VOD on Twitch, go back in the VOD on YouTube. I'm spent. I literally cannot muster up the energy to go back over how insanely angry I am right now. I have nothing left. I am a broken shell of a man. Also, for your ears' sakes, I recommend picking up after the break because I'm so angry. I let out a barbaric yawp so loud that like I think I killed several people who's like I have nothing left. None of them have new dialogue. So that's it for you without spoilers? No, absolutely fair, Faf. Thanks for popping in. Into the Traverse. Wooklamat wishes to know how traversable the Tayan Beck Traverse is. So, what's the state of the Tayan Beck Traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Hunmuruk said he would notify us as soon as work was being done. Oh! Do you know where Hunmuruk is, Erenville? Because that's crazy, because he was just kidnapped by a band of Mamulja. So it's weird that you're assuming that he would just sort of inform you when his entire life was being threatened mere moments ago. It is kind of weird that we're not doing anything with this information, or, I don't know, taking Hunmuruk into protective custody. It's crazy, Erenville, that you mentioned him. Do you know where he is? Then perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wooklamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? I genuinely wish I cutscene skipped the last cutscene. Not the second promise camp, but the one before that. I genuinely wish we had cutscene skipped the entirety of the thing before the fight with Bakul Jaja. If I lacked the context of Bakul Jaja taking Wooklamat's real biological father hostage, that this entire sequence would have made me happier. What? When? Not to mention how. This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. Ignore the part where he threatened to murder my real biological father. That's just par for the course. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. It's a heroic fantasy. 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 Realism doesn't matter. It's a heroic fantasy. It's a heroic fantasy. It's a heroic fantasy. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tyenbeck Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we can finally make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. We can only hope. If it is indeed the city where Ketenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true the Dawn Servant received Ketenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Shabral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also Tuliolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Shabruk Pubil besides. Thank you for everything, Hanmuruk. Till next time, take care. Like, the despair that was building in me was about how nice the Shabral were, right? Because this feels like the softening of the blow before the terrible news, right? This is when your parents are like, hey, champ, you want to go get some ice cream? You want to go watch a movie? Hey, here's your favorite blanket. And then you as a small child don't realize it. But what they're gearing you up for is that they're about to get a divorce and your life is about to irrevocably change. This is what the entire Shabral section has been. And that is the reason why I was already at a fever pitch with regards to the fight with Bakul Jaja, right? It's like, we are not in for a good time in Mamuk. First, we make our way across the Soberit Cinderfield, due southeast. How you have grown indeed. Why? Just why even have Hanmuruk as Wuklamat's actual biological father? Why? Why wrap up the loose thread about who her biological father was? I enjoy Hanmuruk less knowing that he is Wuklamat's biological father than I did before we found that fact out. Lads, I hate to do it to you. I hate to do it to you. You know, I always want to end the streams on a good note. You know, I always want to make sure that we're all having a good time, that we're like enjoying ourselves, that we're all, it's only a game, why you have to be mad? You know, I always love giving you the best possible outcome you can have. But I am afraid we are going to have to end the stream now. It is simply too late. I will be honest, I have an incredibly bitter taste in my mouth. I just Like, here's the thing. This has not undone the great writing of the rest of Dawntrail, right? Dawntrail is a beautiful, like, it is a masterclass in good storytelling. Still, to this moment, all of the rest of Dawntrail has been impeccable. The way that they have personified and had Kona grow, the way that they've shown more of Zarielja's like identity and personality, all of it has been good. I gotta go. I gotta go. Egg, I hear what you're saying, and I am approaching the next quest spot. But I gotta call it here for tonight, my man. This is it, my man. We are calling stream here. Thank you all so much for being here. But we are popping out, my lads. It's at the end of this quest. I know it is. And hey, here's the thing, my friends. I know it's a beautiful world. But oh my god. The YouTube simulcast disconnected. Oh no. Oh no, did I move? Oh no, I feel so bad. Okay, we'll have to upload that somewhere else. Oh man. Okay. Sorry, I'm just... Oh, God. Oh, my entire body. I'm Pepsi logoing in game. There might be something else is going on, yeah. Okay, it only disconnected for them 15 minutes ago. So we just gotta fix that last 15 minutes. Oh, lads. You know what? I'm gonna send y'all over to the Luke Zaid. They are a loose acquaintance of ours. They are also a VTuber, a phenomenal artist, and they are streaming Monster Hunter World, which is a little bit of a change of pace from Final Fantasy XIV. It's a very cutesy game. It's a good time to be had if you're into monster hunting action. So I'll send you guys over there, and I will catch you guys around. Boy.